opportunity. Ibrahima Diallo is a tough guy, but he's a prospect, and Jordan Dujon knows a victory here puts him right back in the picture.
Those lead right hands to the body spins. Lead left hands to the body. It's a disrespectful punch, and it's one of those shots that will demoralize an opponent if it keeps landing. It's the signature of Floyd Mayweather. In fact, while Floyd was not a southpaw fighter, he would land that right hand to the body and really dictate from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's a cheeky shot to throw. That it shows that you're oozing confidence if you're throwing that shot, getting off with that shot. And he's delivering it there. Straight right hand again to the body there. He's looking to bring the arms down of Dujon. He's trying to create the openings. He's a creative fighter. He's a thinking fighter. Seems to have a good boxing IQ. See that short little left hook, right hook inside, out the southpaw stance was a good shot, and Dujon has to be careful he doesn't get reckless here.
Absolutely. Ibrahima making him pay every time he just tries to walk in without moving his head or without being behind a punch. He's not letting anything slide. That is an effective operator we're watching right now.
Yep, welcome if you're joining us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. We're here at the York Hall, myself, Spencer Oliver, Radio Raheem, in the commentary position with Prayer as well, playing her part in a great night of boxing. It's been a brilliant night so far, and we've got a great contest going on in the super welterweight division. Jordan Dujon against Ibrahima Diallo, who's the prospect here, unbeaten in 13, and Jordan Dujon has stepped up. He wants this fight, he wants to put his name back in the mix. He's coming off a good win last time out against Tyrone King. He wants to build on that. This is a regular home here for Dujon. He boxes here at the York Hall quite often, and he'll be looking to build on this here in a tough fight, I must say.
It looks like Dujon would like a rough fight. He wants to tussle and rumble in there, and it's simply not something that Ibrahima is willing to deliver to him. Right now, Ibrahima having a very technical performance. He's sharpshooting, he's placing punches, and he's shutting down Dujon when he tries to just rush in and rough him up. It's quite the mix of styles, and right now, for sure, it's Ibrahima Diallo that's getting the best of it.
I think it is the grit of Jordan versus the skill of Diallo. And like you said, Diallo's definitely getting the better of Jordan right now. But, you know, Jordan's a tough fighter, and, you know, he's got grit and durability, so.
Yeah, he knows that he's the underdog going into this contest, Jordan Dujon. And he wanted this opportunity to get himself back up there. Ibrahima Diallo is the guy that is the prospect. He's the guy to be beat. He's the one with a target on his back. And Dujon now, it's down to him to change this around. The first 2 rounds on our scorecards have gone to Diallo, just with a better work, boxing out that southpaw style, that straight left hand through the middle to the body, to the solar plexus that Radio Raheem was talking about. Is a cheeky shot, but he's been throwing it, tells you that he's actually oozing confidence. And for Dujon now, you go, look, maybe my boxing IQ is not as good as Diallo's, so what do I have to do here? I've got to try and rough him up. This is my home. This is where I box. And he has to think like that. He has to think like a champion to turn this around here.
You see the look of determination on both fighters' faces. Neither one of them has accepted defeat. They're both still looking to win, and they're looking to impose their will on the other. These are two very different styles, a traditional orthodox fighter and a southpaw. You couldn't have more diametrically opposed opposites. It will come down to whose technique and will win out on the night.
I mean, the good thing is that Jordan doesn't look demoralized by anything that's happened in the previous round. He's still, he's still sort of coming forward. He's trying to throw his punch. He's been caught in the corner just there, but, you know, he's going to fight his way out just as he does. He's turned Diallo. Obviously, you know, referees needed to step in there, but he's not demoralized. He's not giving up.
He's not one of those guys, you know, he's tough. He's a tough character, you know. And that's what I say, he's got to show a lot of character in this fight, because Diallo is the kid, you know, that they're talking about. He is the prospect here. And Jordan Dujon is not expected to win, but he fancies this. He's the one that's called for it. He's the one that wants it. He's coming off that victory, as I said. And this is a great opportunity for him, and that's what boxing is all about here. You know, when you're coming down to the grassroots, these smaller hall shows and everything else, it's about making a name for yourself, taking that opportunity, taking that gamble. You have to be the arena, and that's exactly the way these fighters have to think here, to go, you're looking to get yourself onto that next stage, go into those, you know, bigger fights, go onto those bigger platforms, bigger shows. Well, you have to perform here, because this is where champions are made. The home of York Hall, Bethnal Green, have produced some of the greatest fighters in British boxing, and this is where it all starts.
There's a cut above the eye, the left eye of Jordan right now.
Yep, that's not good, and he'll know that. He'll feel that blood flowing down the face, and that may change him tactically here, because he's giving too much space to Diallo. And as we see there, Diallo, this is where he's in his comfort zone. He's controlling the space here. And for Jordan, he needs to move his feet into range first and let those shots go. That was a good right hand that landed there from Dujon.
Gum shield's come out, though.
I don't think the referee has seen that just yet. And to your point, Spence, about the importance of the moment, it is Diallo that recognizes that it is a opportunity for him to show that he's levels above. He is standing on the outside, looking to operate, looking to put his jabs together and sharpshoot, while being aggressed by Jordan, while being roughed up on the inside. And he's not accepting the clinch, which is something else I like from Diallo. He's pushing him off and getting back to his position and making Jordan fight his fight.
Yep, welcome to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube viewers. If you've just joined us, we've had a great show here so far at the York Hall, Bethnal Green, and we've got some tremendous fights coming up, topped by Arnie Dawson going in against Marley Mason, but we got a great fight here, and just now, Jordan Dujon from Barnet is just under a lot of pressure, and we just saw him dipping at the knees there, Prayer.
I think Diallo's really capitalising on the openings that he's created so far in the fight. He's smiling at the moment, tongue's come out, he knows 10 seconds left of the round. But I think if that were another 30 seconds, Jordan could have been in real trouble.
Yeah, Jordan has to do something different here. He's got to try and change this around, because what he's doing so far is not working for him. He's a little bit slow off the mark. That cut over the left eye as well is not going in his favour. And you look in the opposite corner as Ibrahima Diallo, and he's looking very, very confident. They feel good. The instructions are good in the corner, telling him to switch it up and down, use the variety. And there's more of a panic, isn't there, in the Dujon corner? You can look over there, and they don't look happy.
No, they're desperately trying to stop the blood coming out of the cut above the eye of Dujon. You know, that's gonna, if that starts trickling down into his eye and affects his vision, that could end up stopping the contest, which we know for a fact he absolutely would not want to go out that way.
10
More than his
seconds.
vision, it just might affect his will, his desire to win. He is being broken down in there. It's still early in the contest. We're not halfway through just yet, but you can see the shift in energy, the shift in momentum. It really is time for Jordan to come out here and make a statement to let us know, and himself really, that he's still in this fight.
Radio, what have you done there? Swallowed a frog or something? You got a little frog in your throat there, mate. What's going on? Do you want a bit of water, mate?
I've been snacking on these digestives in between rounds.
And that's
Probably should get a little bit of coffee with it.
That's another story for all you guys that are just watching us now, listening to us now. Yeah, Radio Raheem's never had a chocolate digestive, but we go into that one and later on, and so Prayer's bought him some chocolate hobnobs. Let's get back to the contest. This is going way off where we're meant to be. Jordan Dujon, Ibrahima Diallo. Great little contest here. We're in round 4. Ibrahima Diallo has really dominated those opening rounds, and you just sense now Jordan Dujon is starting to crack. Diallo just looks at his corner with a little nod of appreciation. He's happy. Dujon really needs to do something different here. He's got to, dare I say it, just roll the dice a little bit and take the gamble, because trying to keep this at range here, Diallo is really controlling things. He's controlling the space so well. And boxing out of that southpaw stance, I think that Dujon is really struggling with that.
I think he is, because, you know, Diallo's actually quite elusive with his shots. You know, he's come in nicely, you know, with a rear hand and switched his stance, but, you know, Jordan's tying him up there, but he's, you know, he's handling that quite well. He'll step out again, find his range and let his shots go.
I'm really enjoying the punch selection from Diallo. I'm enjoying this matchup the contest of different styles and the way that the patience is working for Diallo and the aggression now from Jordan is starting to get stilt. I like that I'm watching the tide turn in real time and still have some hope that Jordan can make a run for it in the third quarter of this fight.
He definitely landed some pretty big shots earlier on in the round while we were talking about digestives. But he did, and I think he's still willing to roll the dice. He was obviously conscious of the cut that he got in the previous round, but if you look at him go, he's still determined, he's still coming forward, and that's a testament to how durable and tough he is.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to give the guy credit, because that's what it's all about here. People in New York all really enjoying this. We've got an absolutely packed house here tonight, and we've got some brilliant contests coming up for you later on. We're topping the bill. Arnie Dawson goes in against Marley Mason. That's over 10 3-minute rounds. Looking forward to that one. We've got Lucas Rowerig, George Groves' kid, on the bill as well. That's all to come. But right now, Dujon versus Diallo are putting on a great little spectacle.
Diallo really just measuring with that jab. I'd like to see a bit of snap on it. I mean, there's a porous defense right up the middle from Jordan. That jab could find a home.
Look at this confidence, though, coming from Diallo. He's bouncing back on his feet. He's controlling his place. Prayer sitting next to me is absolutely loving that. I see a little smile on her face as well. You're appreciating the, what was that, dance moves going on in there? Did he get caught up in the moment? What was going on there?
Oh, he's got some dance moves on him, metaphorically speaking, and in reality, we saw him kind of dancing in the corner. His corner told him in the previous round just to relax, and I think he's done that well. He's enjoying himself in there right now.
Yep, he certainly is, and I think that's 4 rounds gone, and 4 rounds to Ibrahima Diallo. He's still dominated this one so far. Jordan Dujon needs to do something a little different here. He's picked up a cut over that left eye that's not helping his cause either.
How important is that, Spence, to be comfortable in there, to be dancing your way back in the corner and having a good time in a mix-up like this?
Tells you that you're oozing confidence. When you go back to, let's talk about Terence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez, and you look at that, and when he starts doing those pitter-patter shots on the inside and then whipping the punches in, but then slow motion, little slow shots, that tells you that he is in his comfort zone. He is totally control of the situation, and that's what we saw from Diallo there. When he starts dancing, bouncing back and forth on his feet, you go, this guy's oozing confidence. He's in control. He feels that this is just a matter of time, just keep chipping away. But Jordan Dujon, who we know and we've seen on many occasions, this kid's tough, and he won't break, and he won't lose heart, he won't lose soul, and he'll stick in there. Just whether he's got the capabilities to turn this around. And we're not seeing that just now, but we did see a short right hand there, and that was a good shot.
It's decent, and he's still coming forward. He's still trying to work. He's still letting he's still throwing punches. He's not been demoralised. And I think if you look at Jordan's record, it's not been a plain sailing spate of wins and a few losses. He's kind of won a few, lost a couple, won a few, lost a couple. And I think that just goes to show that he's willing to take a risk.
And that's exactly what it is, He's happy to box anyone. He likes that opportunity. He doesn't want to protect his record. He's all about getting in there and trying to push forward and force and see how far he can go. And I tell you what, this is having the best round from him so far. And that's what I said to you, Radio, about character. Jordan Dujon, he's got bags of it. And that is important, because when the physicalities leave you as a boxer and it becomes a psychological battle and the mental strength, Dujon comes into his own.
Dujon, while having his best round, is not upsetting Diallo. Diallo is still very calm, is fully understanding what's happening in there, doing what he wants to do. Even when he's taking shots, he's looking for his own offense to mount. I don't see him disrupting Diallo's rhythm, and that's what Dujon needs to do if he's going to stem the tide or turn the momentum around in this fight.
Yep, I totally agree with that. That's what he needs to do, get in there and break the rhythm. But how do you do that against Diallo, who seems to have it all at the moment, and he seems to be in control? He's boxing well within himself.
Diallo just right back to setting up, pot shotting, taking punches, and making Dujon keep his hands at home. There's a nice one from Dujon, but again, I love the brimming confidence and calm from Diallo. looking to reset, start again, and get right back on his stick. It's a lovely thing to watch.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure, and he's got his hands down by his side, slipping and sliding and rolling, and yep, he's having fun in there, isn't he?
He really is. He really is. And, you know, the more this contest has gone on, the more he's relaxed. And like you said, Radio, you know, even under pressure, and he's just almost dancing his way out of it.
Popped a little elbow in there, too, one of my Radio moves.
Listen, absolutely, mate. Listen, this is the fight game, and I think I've seen a few of your little dance moves going on in there as well, Radio. You don't know this kid, do you? I know that he's living in America right now. I mean, is there something going on here?
I don't know him, but they don't know me in Ghana. That dance move that you saw, you know what I'm talking about. Over there in Ghana, boy, did we have a good time. We were dancing in the rain. We had all the music coming from the stands, fireworks, everything you could ask for. That's the energy you want in an arena, and also the kind of energy that you'll have here at York Hall. Again, crazy matchups. The entire card is full of energy, and both of these fighters are giving all they've got, as the next fighters and the fighters after them will do.
Absolutely. That was Ghana. That was the back end of last year. Legacy Rise put on a great promotion out there, and we saw some fantastic fights. And guess what? Tomorrow, I'm off to Nigeria. We've got it October the 1st. We've got a big show out there. Chaos in the Ring, Amir Khan Promotions. You will catch that on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well. We've got a great night of boxing over there. Dan Aziz is boxing. Abdul Khan is boxing. Amir Khan's young nephew. And top of the bill there, Brandon Glanton versus Marcus Brown. That's all to come in the week in Nigeria. Boxing opening up everywhere. But we've got a fantastic night here at the York Hall, Bethnal Green.
We've just gotten our first shower full of plasma, sweat, and blood. Now our shirts have been christened, and the night has officially begun.
Absolutely, and we got plenty of that last night, that is for sure. Part 2 here at the York Hall. We had a fantastic night last night, and we got a great contest here, Prayer, as well, with the classy Diallo sort of dominating things at the moment, but Dujon showing a lot of heart.
Dujon's showing the heart of a lion in here. You know, his corner was desperately trying to get the swelling down from under his left eye. They've done a great job. You know, it looked like he was closing up for a second, but, you know, his corner's done a great job. He's still coming forward.
Yeah, they have done a great job on that eye. You're right. I don't see really it causing him any trouble. However, the left hand from Diallo in that right eye might be something they need to work on in the corner.
I tell you what, Diallo's got to be careful, though, not to switch off, not to get overconfident and make a mistake, because, look, Dujon keeps going, mate. He's tough, and he caught Diallo with a couple of shots there. Diallo just in danger of switching off a little bit, and he got caught with a silly little shot, a little clip just for Jordan Dujon to say, listen, son, I'm still in here, mate. I'm still here, and I want to win.
Diallo taking a bit for granted. I see that and ensure there's not anything that Jordan's doing really to disrupt him yet, but I'll tell you something. One of those shots you don't see coming can immediately change the stem in a tide like this. You've got to stay switched on, and showboating won't get it done. Now it's time for Diallo to go through the gears, step up some action, and let's see a little bit more offense from him control this fight.
Well, Prayer, although Dujon is not actually winning these rounds, he's making a better fight for it for sure. He's pulling himself back into the contest, because the beginning of the contest, he was losing the rounds and losing them quite badly, but he's shown an incredible character to still be in there.
Definitely, and that little uppercut that we saw about 30 seconds ago was mastered on the inside, and he's just landed it again on the chin of Diallo.
But that's what he's got to deal with. Diallo flicking up the jab out of that southpaw stance, body shots going in as well, and that chopping right hook has been a problem for Dujon as well.
And they will need to work on that eye again in the corner. As we get late into the rounds, it starts to droop, it starts to swell again. As the rounds go on, I think it'll be harder and harder to keep that eye open.
Diallo just taking a little breather here. Doing things at his own pace right now. When he wants to fight, he's fighting, and then he's going for a walk when he wants to.
Spence, when you have, not a cut, but your eye is swelling, you have minimal vision, if you had a choice to have it in the lead eye or the back eye, is there a better choice? Would you have a preference?
No, there's no preference, mate. It's like you get a cut, and then that Then the psychological battle comes on. Then it's all about the mental strength. Because every time you go back at the end of the round, you're saying to your corner, how bad is it? How bad is it? And the corner always says to you, no matter how bad it is. So I had one bad one over my left eye and my right eye. No, it's all right, son. You're all right. It's all right. And you go, no, it's not all right, mate, because I can feel loads of blood falling right down my eye. So I know it's not all right, but it only gets down to the corner men to do the job on that. Keep the fighter nice and composed. It's about one man firing the instructions. If you get a guy called in one ear, another guy in another ear, and the guy in front of you saying the same, that causes chaos in your own head there. Now, when we watched Terence Crawford beat Canelo Alvarez last week and we see Bomac in the corner, Bomac was giving the instructions, keeping it calm. Then he would say to his second, you got anything to say? And it was all calm and it was all done, and that's how corners should work. For any trainers, young trainers out there watching or listening, you go, take a look at that, the way that Bomac dealt with that, because you keep the fighter calm, and that is important. When you're picking up the cuts, that is important as well, to keep your fighter calm. They're always going to lie to you. They're always going to tell you it's all right.
Well, we'll see that acumen on this side of the pond on November 15th. Eubank Ben 2. Bomac will be in the corner of Chris Eubank Jr. And boy, not just the action in the ring will be excellent, but the action in the corner is going to be quite the matchup to watch.
Absolutely, and we are looking forward to that on talkSPORT again. Another big show at Tottenham Hotspur. I love that stadium, by the way, guys. Well, I think that was built for boxing, not football, by the way. The way that they built that is quite incredible. Atmosphere was insane.
Can't match the atmosphere here at York Hall, though. With Spence on the call, you can't match what's happening in the rafters and the screams coming from the floor. When this action gets hot, boy, I wouldn't want to be any place but right here at York Hall.
Well, right now, this is the last place I want to be with the two fighters above us, because I just got covered in blood again. They're both trading blow for blow, and Dujon nearly pushed Diallo out of the ring there, but as he was doing that, as he was pushing forward, don't know about you, I think you might have dodged the bullet there, mate. You've done all right, and Prayer, you look good as well.
I've caught my number of fighters falling through the ropes, believe it or not. A couple of them have landed on the table right ahead of me. I just shove them right back in there and say, go get the knockout.
Yeah, well, the little fella just got the blood spray there, and that was the little blood shower I had there, and that could be the beginning of the crazy night you're talking about, Radio. But been a decent contest, this one, but Diallo really has controlled things, isn't he, from the opening bell. And Prayer, you know, you look at Jordan and you go like, you don't lose spirit, you're not losing heart, you're still pushing forward, it's never over till it's over. And you look at fighters like Cole Froch and you go like Jermaine Taylor when he was making his first defense out in America, and you go, he was losing round after round, and you're thinking, when are you going to quit, mate? When are you going to give up? And you don't give up. And then like 20 seconds to go in the 12th round, he takes Jermaine Taylor out. And I think that's a lesson for fighters as well, not to lose spirit, because it's never over until it's over.
No, and that's the difference between, that's what separates champions from domestic fighters. You know, they have that extra bit in them. When they don't have anything left, they find that extra bit to give. And I think Jordan's testament to that right now. He's had a couple of times where he's had Diallo on the ropes and he's worked to the body really well with a nice flurry of uppercuts. But, you know, Diallo's gum shield's come out for the second time.
And you see Jordan there happy for the rest. He put his arms over the ropes and looked down for a bit to take that breather. That is an indication that the rounds are getting long. We've got a long way to go if you're tired. And this might be something that Diallo needs to capitalize on. With 10 rounds, I like to see the fighters go through the gears. I want to see a little bit more action now from Diallo. I called for that in the last round. It's certainly time in the coming one.
Well, it'll be good if he can keep his gum shield in for one, because that's the second time it's come out. Maybe a little trip to the dentist after this one to get another one made, because that can be a problem moving forward. Good left hook there from Dujon as well. He landed that shot. I tell you what, he's physically strong, Dujon, isn't he? He's like, you wouldn't want to meet him in the street, would you? Like, he's one of those guys you think, like, he's just going to keep coming. Yeah, you're not going to break his heart. You can't break his heart. You're going to hit him, and he just keeps coming.
I wouldn't want to meet him in the ring, but in the alley, I'll take him on. I'm a dirty fighter. It's going to be no boxing happening back behind those buildings.
There you go. The fight has just been made. Radio Raheem called out Jordan Dujon mid-fight, by the way.
Back alley boxing.
Wow.
You see the gum shield coming out, Spence, for Diallo, because now he is shouting when he lands shots. I think he's trying to muster some more power. As we said, I was surprised that he only had 2 knockouts. Clearly, there's not enough punch and not a heavy enough shot coming from him, and he's looking to muster some more power, so when he shouts, that gum shield comes flying.
Yeah, you talk about back alley boxing. Is that from the back alley cat? What is that?
The back alley brawler.
Second.
There we go. There we go. The new boxing name for Radio Raheem.
Seconds out, round 8.
Well, Prayer, you just feel now that Jordan Dujon, at this late stage of the fight, going into these penultimate rounds, really needs to knock out here to win. And I don't know how he does it, if I'm honest. I think he's just got to keep pushing. He's got to keep soldiering on and just try and break the defence of Diallo, which seems quite hard to do at the moment.
It's hard to do. I mean, both fighters have actually landed some pretty clean punches, but neither have had the sort of power in them to you know, cause a knockout. So, you know, it's not looking likely, but he'll keep going until the final bell.
Yeah, testament to him, Radio. He's a tough kid. Win, lose or draw tonight, Jordan Dujon. He's always value for money, and that's what it's all about here. When these paying customers are coming, they appreciate their boxing here in the York Hall, and they get that, and they're getting that right here.
While Diallo's skill set, I think, outmatches Jordan's, I agree with both of you. I believe Jordan probably has the heavier hands, and it concerns me when you see a fighter who is shouting like Jordan is to try to muster some more power, because if you get caught in a counterpunch with your mouth open, that jaw can get broken.
Yeah, do you know what it is? He's trying to keep himself in the fight, but he's trying to gear himself up, trying to push himself on, because he knows he's falling behind, and he's trying to spur himself on. That's called the psychological battle that I was talking about. I go, the physicalities have left him now. This is all the mental strength, the mental game, because boxing, believe it or not, is 80% mental. It's only 20% physical. We all do the same runs, the same sparring. So why does one fighter break before the other? Because he's mentally stronger than the other, because boxing is more psychological than physical.
It's the moment to bite down on your gum shield, not spit it out.
Didn't want to say it, baby, because that's all I'm always saying. I get pulled up and saying, bite down on that gum shield. But you're exactly right.
There's nothing more I enjoy in boxing from the ringside commentary than Spencer Oliver's iconic sayings. Can't say it enough for me. And as we see going through the gears here in the 8th round.
There you go. Or turning the screw.
Turning the screw, indeed.
You know, these little slogans, these little names, that's what you're remembered for, right?
Indeed it is.
And do you know where they come from? Do you know where they all come from?
Where's that?
Turning the screw, biting down on the gum shield, showing character, mental strength. Do you know where they come from?
Where's that?
They come from the Omen himself, Spencer Oliver, mate.
Hey!
That's the character. I'm putting the character, the man in the ring.
To be fair, no one brings banter to boxing like you do, Spence.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
It looks like Jordan has found a little bit of success there. While walking down, he's not taking quite the punishment for getting inside. Maybe Diallo is taking a little bit off of that jab and letting Jordan inside. When he's in there, though, it's time for him to work. There are opportunities inside, while outside, I don't think there's anything for Jordan, really.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I'm appreciating what Jordan's doing here, mate, because round after round, you know, he's finding it hard to get in, but he's going back to the corner. I see him slump down in the corner there, and he's cheering himself up. That's where you hear him talking to himself, shouting to himself. You go, I respect what he's doing here as a fighter, as a man, as a character, I go, because many a fighter would have given up here. Many a fighter would have said, you know what, I'm slowly getting broken, but he's not. He's kept himself in there and he's making it an entertaining contest. Ibrahima Diallo is clearly the better boxer of the two, but Prayer, he's playing his part here in a decent contest, Dujon.
He is. He's giving the crowd what they want. He's, you know, he's not making it easy. He's not handing it to Diallo on a plate. But also, when he comes to the end of this fight and he watches this back, this will absolutely.
Corners,
Probably one of the
10
biggest learning curves of his career so far.
Yeah, go
And you
on.
mentioned that Jordan's not giving up in there. You know what, Spence? There's
Seconds
more
out
than one way to give up in there, and he
round
hasn't
9.
chosen any of those exits. You can tuck up and just get defensive. You can get your legs going and just be on the run. You can stop trying to win, and that's not what we've seen from Jordan. Credit to him, because he is well behind in this fight, but he's still looking for opportunities to win. That's what makes for a good matchup.
Absolutely, mate, and this is all about creating memories, because one day the boxing's over and you're showing something to the grandkids and you go, something to be proud of. There you go, son. That's what I'm showing you there. I'm showing you mental strength, but I'm showing you, more importantly, character, because that's what it's all about.
Both of these men are brimming with character tonight.
Be interesting to see how Jordan's left eye's doing, actually. I know his corner were working on it, but...
I've done a great job on it, to be fair, because that was cut quite early and it looked like it started to swell up, but I think the corner have done a fantastic job, and Jordan himself is sticking in there.
Yeah, it's swollen, it's sleepy, but they've given him enough window of vision to not be bothered by it.
I tell you when you want to see it, guys. I tell you when you really want to see it. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's the one when you go there, and I swear, I had it so many times. You do the interview after the fight, and you picked up a bad cut, which he's had there. That will turn horrible tomorrow. That eye will swell shut for sure, and you wake up and you feel like you've been in a car crash. You feel like you've been hit by a bus. There's no other way of describing it. Right now, adrenaline's taking all that away, and you're looking at it going, yeah, it's swelling a little bit. But tomorrow, mate. There you got to respect. That's when you respect fighters, and you look at them and you go, do you know what? You're a different breed. You know, you're a different breed. To go through that and want to do it again is, you know, it's spectacular. There's nothing else like a fighter's life. Trust me.
You're so right. We sit here and we say we want more, land one more punch, take one more shot. You can take one to give two, and then the fight is done and we move on to the next fight. But these fighters, they go home. They have to heal. They've got to take that swelling, put that ice down.
Hold on, mate. You've mentioned nothing about blood there. You've mentioned nothing about knockouts. Nothing about, you know, wanting to see the guy get knocked out. What's going on, Radio Raheem? What's happened to you, mate?
You've gotten me soft. You've softened me up, Spence. You've talked about the swollen eye and the hardships of the fighters when they get home. I've gotten soft on you, mate. But how long, Spence, does it take to recover, even from a fight like this? Once the lights are off and nobody's paying attention, what does it take for you to come back?
Listen, when it's tough like this, you know, and the lights are off, you go, right, so you lose the fight, you now got the physical things that you've got to get over, like the cuts and the aches and the pains and the bruises. They all go. But then you've got to now get over the mental scars that are there. And to get over mental scars is a very difficult thing to do, because, you know, you revert to what you know, don't you? So things come back to you in different fights, things come back to you that have happened to you in other fights. So there's a lot more that goes on than the physicalities. It's more about the mental stuff and how you overcome those demons and get over that if you get badly knocked out, if you pick up a cut, if you lose a fight. Clearly, good left hand there. Good, oh, big shot on the bell there as well from Diallo. That was a great finish to the round there, and Dujon was under a lot of pressure. But yeah, it's the mental scars that you've got to overcome are harder than the physical ones.
It's a tough one because you have to enter every single fight and convince yourself sometimes against all odds, that you can win the fight. And you have to believe that, like you believe Tuesday follows Monday. And when that doesn't happen, you know, you have to build your belief system up again in yourself, and that's the tough bit.
It's not always the loser that has to recover from the fight mentally. Because yes, you should believe you should win, and then you do win, but not the way you want to win, not as wide as you'd like, not with the dominating performance or even the knockout that you were seeking. I think maybe Diallo will go back home, go back to the drawing board, but like, I could have done a bit more at the York Hall. I could have maybe gotten a stoppage. I could have gotten a knockdown. There were opportunities there I didn't seize on. How can I increase my power? These are the questions that he'll be asking, even with the victory.
Yep, and I suppose that's what makes the champions the ones that take something away from that, mould themselves, you know, whether it's a bad time that they go through or a good time that they feel that they could have done better on. And that's where you get the champions and the challengers, and that's the beauty about this sport of boxing, you know, the beautiful brutality of the sport of boxing.
I see that punch right at the bell, not dirty at all, but a little bit after the bell as a bit of frustration.
Yeah, but you like all that dirty stuff though, don't you? I know what you like. You like a little bit of an elbow going in.
He's going soft, Spence.
Oh yeah, he is. I broke him a little bit. I forgot.
It's a little bit of a radio accent, you know? I like to say after the bell, but not dirty. It's, you know what I mean? It's legal because the referee allows it, but it's a demonstration of frustration. He'd like to have more effect from his punches.
Dujon now is biting down on his gum shield, that is for sure.
As
he's hanging in there, and he's still trying, and he won't stop trying until we get to the end of this 10th round. It's been a cracking little contest, this.
It's going to be a long 2 minutes for Dujon.
Yeah, big left hand again there through the middle.
I think Dujon would be happy to get at least one more big cracking punch in there. And even though this fight is not going to end with him having his hand raised, he would like to have his hand on on Diallo's chin one more time before the final bell rings.
Yeah, absolutely lovely little left hook to the body there from Diallo as well, and Jordan taking it and trying to push on. How do you not break this kid's spirit, Dujon? You just look at that and you go round after round after round. He's been in on the end of punishment, but he's never stopped trying, and I just got to respect it.
But I think just going back to Radio's point, you know, actually maybe the greater frustration will lie with Diallo that he didn't get him out of there sooner.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it's a point that I've not even thought about, you know, because he's going to ask himself questions. Why couldn't I break him? Why couldn't I finish the job? Why couldn't I get that show reel knockout? It's a great point.
I truly believe that, yeah.
We're into the final minute of this 10th and final round now in the super welterweight division. Ibrahima Diallo, guy based in America from Belgium, has put in a good performance, a top performance. Hasn't been able to break the shoulder of Jordan Dujon, which, like you say, might be something that he has to deal with. But Dujon, for me, win, lose or draw here, and we suspect that he's lost, you know, he can hold his head high because he's given it everything.
And he's the kind of fighter you'd be happy to see again. You probably won't see him on the A side of a card anytime soon, but if you see him on a card at all, you know the A side's got his work cut out for him on the night.
Yep, totally agree with that. Cracking little contest. Referee just about to call them in for the final instructions. Really enjoyed that one. We suspect Ibrahima Diallo's got this one and won it quite convincingly, but well done, Jordan Dujon. You can certainly come
Ladies
again.
and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Bates scores the bout 98-92. And your winner, still undefeated, Ibrahima the Diamond Diallo.
When are you doing your digestion, mate? It's my dessert, it's my reward. I'm gonna go sit in a proper shop, have myself a tea. Way. Yeah, really? Yeah. It's a thing. Wow. Are you gonna like, it's the moment, yeah? Yeah. I'm not just gonna spar from down here randomly like a savage. It's just part of my acclamation to becoming British. So that's pure British style. Yeah. All right, tell me you're going tea or coffee? Tea. Oh, fuck! No, he's got all English! Without question! That's a fuck! I don't even consider coffee! I've only coffee, bro. I've tea 3-4 times a day now. I'm just like, I had a macchiato. Do you know what macchiato is? Well, it's a drink from like Starbucks. It's a double espresso with hot milk. Okay. So I drink like maybe 3 of those a day. That explains it. And that's with the coffees as well. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow.
Sometimes I want to do some stuff, but the fight was very tricky. So, but cool. I'm happy for the win, but I won the stoppage, so I'm a little bit upset. But cool.
Talk to me about why it was so tricky. Was Jordan Dujon being quite unpredictable, unorthodox?
Yeah, because he was not throwing a lot of punch, and he was waiting for me a lot, economy with his head very low. But respect to him, he made 10 rounds with me. I'm very disappointed, but it's cool.
Well, listen, towards the later rounds, you looked like you were having a lot of fun in there. I could hear your corner saying, keep composed, make good decisions, which I feel like you did do throughout those rounds. This is your second time in the UK. How does it feel to fight at the York Hall?
Yeah, it's a dream for me, you know. I'm coming from Guinea in Belgium, and for me fighting over here in York Hall is like crazy. When I was in Belgium and told people, oh, one time I'm gonna fight in England, America, they said, nigga, you crazy. But now I'm here, and it's just the beginning, you know. Today it was the jeune, but inshallah in the next few fights, we're gonna have big things coming up. And you know, I'm just at the beginning of my career, and I have a lot of time to improve myself and being world champion because it's my goal.
Sorry guys, first time. As tough and as rugged as Dujon was, you looked quite comfortable in there and you felt like you was enjoying yourself. How did it feel going 10 rounds for the first time?
Yeah, for me it's a good thing, you know. We was ready because, you know, we sparred a lot with you, with McCormack, with a lot of people. So we know the levels. We have made a lot of fight in the amateurs, and now I just finished training camp with Sandro Martin for his fight against Puello. So, you know, I'm ready for this kind of fight. But we have a lot of work to do, but it's cool.
Listen, you've got a new team around you. You're training with Aaron Woodcock and Neon Samuels at Intent Boxing Academy. How does that feel?
It feels great, you know. In boxing, you need to improve yourself a lot, and now I'm just changing my team. It's the first fight with him, and I'm very happy of the performance. We can improve a lot of stuff, but today we do good stuff, and we're gonna be back soon and better.
And what's next for Ibrahima Diallo?
We're gonna finish the year strong. That's that's the only thing I can say. And I want to thank all my people coming from Guinea, Belgium, the Embassy of Guinea, my new team 258. I'm very happy with the work, and it's just the beginning of a journey. So remember now my name, Ibrahima Diallo, and see you soon.
Congratulations again on your win.
Thanks.
Well done, champ. Nothing, my boy. Good work, man.
Well, great performance there from Ibrahima Diallo versus Jordan Dujon. What did you make of the fight? I mean, Jordan Dujon was really coming on strong in those later rounds, trying to make it quite scrappy and unpredictable. How do you feel that Ibrahima dealt with that?
I think he dealt with it quite well. I feel like he was quite comfortable in there, and I felt like that was the only thing of the fight, is if Ibrahima could handle that kind of ruggedness and toughness, because, you know, he looks quite young, quite baby-faced, quite fresh, so you'd think he's soft, but he showed he's not. So I felt like early in the fight, Ibrahima, with his skill set and what I know he can do, I felt like he was going to give Dujon a lot of trouble. And I felt like as it goes on, Dujon's going to have to just sit on and make it rugged, make it tough, and be the man in this fight. But Ibrahima handled it well and he came up with a victory, so congrats to him.
I thought so too, and it also looked like he was having a great time in there.
Yeah.
Did he mention that he sparred you in the run-up to this fight?
I mean, I don't think there's much people in the UK around my weight that I haven't sparred, so that's no surprise. But yeah, I sparred Ibrahima and I sparred Dujon, both for this camp actually. So, yeah.
Oh, a bit of a conflict of interest. We'll leave that one there. But listen, next up we've got Nathan Darby in a debut fight. So we're looking forward to seeing what he brings to us. Over to Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Andrija Kuzman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, George Crotty.
Remember that tank top you bought me? You wrote you're gorgeous on it. You took me to your rented motor car and filmed me on the bonnet. You got me to hitch my knees up and pulled my legs apart. You took an Instamatic camera and pulled my sleeves around my heart. Because you're gorgeous, I'd do anything for you. Because you're gorgeous, I know you'll get me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Nutravita. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Des Reese. Your timekeeper at the bell, Anne-Marie Randall. And your third person in charge of the action in the ring, referee Rocky Israel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the black with white trim. His official weight of 12 stones, 4 pounds and 7 ounces. He has a record of 18 fights, 5 losses, 2 draws, 11 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Croatia, introducing Andrija Kuzman. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the blue trunks. His official weight of 12 stones, 9 pounds and 7 ounces. He is currently undefeated with 2 wins. Hailing from Royston, Hertfordshire, England, United Kingdom, introducing George Crotty!
All right, lads, you already know the rules. Above all, protect yourself and obey my command at all times. Now, touch gloves and good luck.
Seconds out, round 1.
We're looking at another matchup of orthodox and southpaw. Those feet are going to have to be watched again. So far, we haven't really had any trouble with people falling over them, but we are getting a lesson in what that stylistic matchup looks like in varying weight classes and styles.
Yeah, and that's the effective shot from the southpaw, and we just see that from Crotty, is that right hook, that right lead hook over the top. That's the dangerous shot for the orthodox against the southpaw. When the southpaw has his foot on the outside, that creates that. So if the orthodox leads off with a jab, he leaves himself vulnerable to the right hook over the top and the left hand through the middle, like that one we just saw through the middle there from Crotty.
Crotty will be looking to impress early. You heard the crowd. You see he's a 2-0 fighter. He's brimming with confidence. He looks physically imposing, and he's here to operate entirely on his own agenda.
Yeah, you already get the sense that it's going to be a tough night for this Croatian. Kuzman, who's already on the defensive, he's on the back foot, and this is good work here from Crotty early on. He's breaking through the defenses here. Prayer, and then lovely little uppercut.
I love that shot, Spence. What a cracking little smart shot right up the middle to let him know that these punches may come from any direction, and it's keeping the hands at home for Kuzman.
He's setting everything up from behind the jab, which is really smart. His foot's coming on the outside of Kuzman's lead foot, and he just puts his punches together really well. Intelligent pressure.
Yep, he's found his range early in this opening round. He's getting off for the shots, and you know, as we said, it's all about stealing the show, remembering the name, and Crotty, having his third contest as a professional, is trying to make a statement here, and he started this contest very well.
You know, you mentioned the footwork, and he's really gliding right now, Crotty. He's just moving about effortlessly, and that's creating so much offense for him. He's probably doesn't even have enough time to punch as many shots as there are available.
Yep, reminds me of you in Ghana, gliding on that dance floor, my friend. I have to keep bringing it up because I can't get it out my head. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Radio Raheem on the dance floor, but that's another conversation.
That's what these fighters aspire to tonight, Spence, to be remembered the way you remember me from Ghana.
There you go. There you go. Well, we're certainly going to remember George Crotty if he continues like this, because he started this one, Prayer, very well, boxing out the southpaw stance, feet in position right, and this punches in bunches, the combinations up on his toes there, left hand through the middle as well.
Well, it's just like you said, he's found his range straight away. It's almost like there was nothing cagey about where he just tried to find his range. It was like he went in and knew where it was already.
Yeah, lovely start from George Crotty, who had his first 2 contests on Frank Warren's shows, so he's used to that bigger audience, those bigger shows. On his debut, he beat Dillian Courtney. That was at Wembley Arena, and that was on the Magnificent 7 show. That was topped by Lawrence Okolie, Sam Noakes, who's boxing out in Saudi Arabia very soon for the world title, November the 22nd, that one is. He boxed in the show as well. So he's had that experience, he's had that taste of, you know, boxing on the bigger audiences, and you go, now he's back here, boxing here in front of, you know, his home fans. You go, in his own mind, he's going to be going, I want more of that. But I want to be the man. I want to be one of those Magnificent 7.
Right from the opening bell, that's exactly what he was giving in his posture and his execution. He's comfortable in there. He feels and looks like a star. And I'll tell you, there's a lot for Kuzman to work out if he's going to get on top of this fight in any way. There are so many elements, just the little things that Crotty is doing that is making not only this night easy for him, but making him look like the kind of star that's on the rise and will be on those big shows coming forward.
Yep, the problem for Kuzman is that he's a guy that spends too much time covering up. Speed is not with him. He's got the slower hands, and that little smile that we saw there tells you that he's hurt and he's not feeling good. And this is good work here from Crotty, really mixing the shots up to head and body, loving the uppercuts in those combinations as well. Great stuff.
Referee's really starting to take a look at Kuzman when Crotty lets his hands go, because he's not throwing anything back, and you know, Crotty's got a bang behind that punch.
Yep, he certainly has, and drilled that left hand through the middle again there. Kuzman spending too much time trying to defend himself, but maybe he needs to start moving his waist a little bit, because keeping those hands up by his face is not good enough. Crotty is the guy that is splitting those defenses, finding the holes in that defense. So for Kuzman, he needs to start coming off the line, slipping the shots and coming back with some shots of his own. But how can he when Crotty's hitting him with combinations like that?
Crotty giving him absolutely nothing. Nothing to work with, nothing to come back from, and also now mixing in these body shots, which will be the end. The body shots will be what ultimately breaks Kuzman down and finishes this fight early.
Yep, Radio, you called it there, and the body shot went in, the left hook round the back of the elbows, and he switched the right hook in for a bit of fun as well there. And I tell you what, Prayer, I don't know how much more of this punishment he can take here, because although he's a tough man, Kuzman, and he comes with a tough record and a durability, I'm not sure how much more of this he can take. These are big combinations.
Well, he's in the ring to give Crotty a bit of a run for his money, but right now Crotty's just hitting him at will. He's not there to be a human punch bag, but this is what's happening at the moment.
When you ask the question, Spence, how much more should he take? He's being beaten right now, but he's not quite being beaten up. The blood hasn't started to spill yet. The cuts haven't happened. He's not swollen, but he's just overmatched. I don't know what else he could do in there. It might be one of those moments where he's either got to sell out completely or tuck up and actually survive. And I wouldn't I wouldn't hold it against him if he did.
So this is where I'm betting on here. This is where I'm seeing this going. Crotty's going to slowly steal his soul. That's what he'll do. He'll chip away and slowly break him down, because the reason I asked that question about how much Kuzman can take is, how long can he take this sort of punishment? The referee is taking a very close look here, and he'll go, save the fighter to fight another day, because he's not going to win this contest, and he's getting a pummeling in there right now, and some fighters need saving from themselves. Yeah, I get it, it's early on in the fight to be talking like that, but this pattern ain't changing. This is not going any other way.
And he's still got 4 rounds to go.
Yeah, they'll still accuse me of being gruesome and wanting to see more than is necessary, but I think that is a decision for the corner. I do not like referees stopping the fight to save the fighter for another day. Stop the fight if the fighter is defenseless. Otherwise, it's for your corner to say whether you're here to fight another day. And right now, that's a conversation that needs to be had in the corner.
You absolutely nailed that, mate, and that's exactly what it is. It's about the health and safety of the fighter, and the corner man is the way to do that, not the referee. You're totally right with that. And by the way, you say, what do you mean accusing? We don't accuse you of wanting more. We don't accuse you. We know, my friend. We know you want the blood, the guts, the spillages, and the cold knockouts. We know what it's all about.
Spence, whether you're right or wrong, it's still an accusation. I didn't say you were wrongly accusing me. It's a badge of honor, really. And I'm here to just let you guys know that when those knockouts come, and we do rejoice, just like at the end of the show last night, we really regard these warriors and what they risk by climbing through those ropes. Not making light of that, but we are having fun with it. And tonight you will see, I believe, a great knockout from one of these fights, and potentially in this round right ahead of us right now.
Yep, here we go, round number 3. George Crotty has dominated those opening 2 rounds. Andre Kuzman has shown a lot of heart, but that's about it in there at the moment. His hands are a little bit too slow, and you just sense here, Prayer, that Crotty is just stealing the soul a little bit of Kuzman. Kuzman is not willing to throw any shots, because every time he does, he's getting caught.
He is, and what's happening now is that whereas before, when, sort of early on in round 1, Crotty was going for him, Kuzman was able to keep his feet steady. Now he's not.
He just threw a 4-punch combination to land the 4th punch in the combination. That is savvy work there.
No, that was 10 punches, my friend. You just never saw 6 of them. He's got hand speed, this boy, and he's putting them together, and he's throwing punches in bunches, but it's impressive because they're going all over the place. He's not just throwing them, he's placing them. Oh, there's a rare shot coming back from Kuzman there. Don't take liberties, son. I'm still in it. I'm not a complete punch bag. I'm a human one.
I like the look on his face when he landed that punch, like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Let's see if maybe I could do that again. I want to see more body work now from Crotty. There it is, right on cue. That's what's really going to bring the stoppage. Break him down to the body. There's no way he can defend upstairs and downstairs with just the differential in skill and ability here tonight.
I love the way the fighters respect what you say and they listen to you on the mic radio. You called that, baby. That was on cue. Just as you're telling him to go to the body, boom, there he goes. It was that the instructions were beautiful.
They've seen my alley work. They respect me.
That's it, the alley cat. The alley cat, that's all I'm saying. And again here, big combinations. Referee has jumped in. Is he giving him a standing count or is he stopping? I think this is a standing, no, it's not a standing count.
The gum shield's out.
I tell you what, Prayer, the referee was very close to stopping it there, and I think he's just had a little word with Kuzman. He said, liven up, get your gum shield in. The corner man there, Dan, doing a good job of taking his time cleaning that gum shield. A good corner man does that. He knows his job, this man. I see him here week in, week out. And he's very slow at putting that old gum shield back in. Don't worry about that. Buying a bit of time for his fighter. And I tell you what, his fighter needs it. Kuzman is in trouble here.
With 18 fights under his belt, Kuzman knows that spitting that gum shield out is just the break he needed for that fight not to be stopped. I understand that that's a little bit of craftiness, but that's not going to save him going forward. He's going to have to either mount the defense or take that knee.
Have you ever been guilty of having a loose gum shield?
I've never even put a gum shield in.
Oh, wow.
My teeth are gold and diamond fronts.
There you go. Oh, and again, go back to the contest. And Crotty is really mixing his shots up. I tell you what, Prayer, you got to give an element of respect here to Andre Kuzman because he soaked up a lot of punishment and he's not cracked. He's not cracked. He's not looked like he's going to crack. There's times where you think, whoa, It's more the referee looking like he's going to jump in as opposed to the fighter breaking.
Definitely. The referee's looking worried every time Crotty lets his hands go.
Yeah, he certainly is. So is Radio Raheem. He's looking worried, sitting in that. Actually, he's not looking worried. He's looking excited. I phrased that wrong. The guy loves it when the guy turns up the heat, may I say.
I quietly predicted a knockout going into that third round, and I think that antics of spitting the gum shield out, taking a little time to get it back in is what saved him from the knockout, or at least the stoppage in that last round. I'm saying going into this one, it's quite likely that we find a moment like that again where there isn't something that can stop the knockout from
Corners, 10
Yeah, you're not allowed a
seconds.
second chance. I rightly wrote a 10-9 round into round 3 before
Seconds
it
out
happened by
at
mistake.
round
I looked
4.
down and I thought, well, there's no point in changing it. That's where it's going to go. But I believe this could be the round where Crotty gets him. I think this could be the round where he finally breaks the tough Croatian Andre Kuzman. Let's see.
Right behind those elbows, those body shots in the wings. That's what I love to see. You can hear them. You can hear them landing.
I like how he's coming round the back of the left glove with his right kind of check hook there, Crotty.
Yeah, it's smart stuff, isn't it?
You just don't see that shot coming. He's coming right kind of onto the ear.
He's taking everything that Kuzman gives him. He's not leaving anything on the table. He's eating his entire meal.
Oh, that's a good shot again. The uppercuts on the inside, and I might have called this on cue there. Big hook, and Kuzman for the first time starting to complain to the referee. So we are seeing the cracks now appearing, and Kuzman now completely on the defensive, moving around, and this is only a matter of time, guys, before the referee does the right thing and jumps in here, because we're getting nothing coming back from the Croatian at this time, and he's going from corner to corner. And the referee is getting closer, and Crotty, again, big uppercut goes in. Oh, big hook as well.
3 brilliant screw shots coming from Crotty. I really like that punch selection. There's a 4th and a 5th attempt. I believe he knows that the body work will break him down and the screw shot might put him down.
Yeah, again, the referee is not taking his eyes off Andre Kuzman yet, because he is waiting for that opportunity to jump in. The uppercuts, as you've called there, Radio Raheem, are the effective shots, and the hooks that Preyer's been calling as well, those right hooks over the top, are especially effective.
It's not time yet, Spence. I mean, Kuzman is still fighting back. While he's being beaten up, he is not
Bro,
being
it's
broken.
time, mate, it's time. The soul has gone, it's left his body, it's been stolen. Trust me, there's nothing coming back. That was a lazy hook that I saw there. Nothing in it.
The soul's allowed to hit the canvas and it won't get a count. If the body's still working, the fight's still on.
We got a bit spiritual there, but you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. We need a bit of spiritual in here at the home of York Hall, the boxing mecca.
They're certainly fighting with the spirit of York Hall and the spirit of this card. TM14 and Neilson Boxing have done it again. A few cracking fights. This is my favorite so far of the night, but only if it ends in a knockout.
Well, I think it will end in a knockout. I think that I'm not sure how much more Kuzman can take. No, he's not looked like he's been in trouble, but I'm talking about the systematic beating, you know, the pummeling that he's been taking, and you just look at it and go, at what point do you stop? When do you stop? You know, and as I say, that Kuzman stands there with his hands down by his side, calling him in. You know, that fighters are a different breed, man. That is for sure. They're a different breed, because he sat down in front of us here, Kuzman.
Well, you know, it's only 3 fights for George Crotty, and he has thrown a lot of punches so far in this fight. And while they're landing, it still takes effort. It still takes energy. I saw him slow down at the end of that round. Maybe he's getting a little winded. Maybe he's the one who needs a break. That's how Kuzman might make it to the final bell.
And when you look at it, Crotty's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at Kuzman, and Kuzman's still standing.
I've got to say, I think I saw the kitchen sink go in as well. I'm not going to lie. Because like, he has been throwing everything. He threw a 10-punch combination, and Radio Raheem only saw 4 of them. That's how quick his hands have been going.
Corners, 10
He's thrown everything
seconds.
including the kitchen sink, and hasn't finished his dinner yet. If he doesn't have still the punch power
Seconds
left in
out.
these last 2 rounds, he may not be able to close the show. We'll see. We'll see. It's a lot of activity from Crotty.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a long 3 minutes for Andre Kuzman, who's been on the end of some heavy punishment from the opening bell. And Crotty takes off from where he left off. There you go. Right on cue, and that was the right decision. Andre Kuzman's not happy. He's annoyed. He's frustrated. He feels that he could have stayed in there, but it's not about that, guys. That's what I'm talking about. He was never going to win the fight. He was under heavy pressure, and you go, at what point? You know, I get that you want to fight again next week. I understand that you want the paycheck, but you're there. The referee's got a job to do, and he's all about the welfare of the fighter. And for me, Freya, I think the referee done a good job there. He jumped in at the right time.
I think he did, and you know, and it's not about the, you know, the shots that buckle your legs. It's about the systematic pressure that Crotty was putting on him, without Kuzman really giving anything back. And I think the referee made the right decision there.
I don't have a problem with that stoppage at all. He stopped it 1 punch or 2 punches before a dangerous punch comes in. And that is what the referee is meant to do. At that point, I do think Kuzman was on the verge of being defenseless, and 1 or 2 more shots might have made this an ugly finish. That is absolutely an appropriate stoppage.
There you go. One of the rare occasions that you get Radio Raheem happy with an appropriate stoppage with the guy still on his feet.
True indeed, true indeed.
Fantastic win there for George Crotty. And I'll tell you what, guys, this is a kid to watch. I like him. I like his style, southpaw style, the way he puts his combination punches together. We don't really get that a lot, you know, in the light heavyweight division. There's more single shots and they're looking for the knockouts. But Crotty reminds me of a southpaw sort of Joe Calzaghe, where he throws punches in bunches, he's got a big engine, you know, and I'm going to look forward to watching this kid develop. I think that, yeah, he's got a bright future in front of him for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 16 seconds of round number 5. Your winner by TKO and still undefeated, John Crotty!
You keep combing it, that's why.
George Crotty, what a win, what a stoppage. Your first stoppage in your 3rd professional fight. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good, really good. Not boxed since April, so itching to get back out there.
Kuzman was touted as quite a challenge for you in your 3rd professional fight. He's a former WBO youth title challenger, but you looked so comfortable in there. You looked like you were demonstrating so much ring craft, cutting that ring off. The level changes were absolutely fantastic. What was the game plan going into tonight's fight?
We knew he'd be tough, so we didn't want to load up and look too heavy because he'd be able to cover them all up. So I knew that he might struggle with my hand speed and work rate, so just went with that.
And what was the advice coming from the corner throughout the rounds?
They were just saying, don't panic, but keep the work rate up, you know. Do it educated. Throw a lot of shots, but don't dive in with them.
Yeah, no, George, great performance, man. You went in there, you done what you need to do. You got the stoppage, the first stoppage in 3 professional fights. Just wanted to ask you, I know you have a team and management and stuff, but how fast do you want to move? I know you was a really good amateur, you've done a lot. I've seen you spar, I've sparred you, you're a really good fighter. How fast would you like to move? How fast would you like to get to title contention and stuff?
I'd like to move really fast, but obviously your management tries slowing you down a little bit, but I'm a bit older. I've got all the amateur experience, and I'd like to go for the southern area. I've got a fight next month, and then hopefully the one after that, I'll go for it.
And I know you was an amateur for quite long, but you haven't had that style where you need to settle into the pros. You caught to it straight away. When you go for the southern area, is it straight away next? You're going to have 3 fights now. Are you waiting to get to 7, 8, 9, 10 fights, or you want it in like 4th and 5th fights to go straight for these titles?
No, one more. I think I'm going to have one at the end of October.
Okay.
And then I'll go for it. I don't think the rounds worry me, doing a 10-rounder.
Yeah.
I do a lot in the gym. I'm a fit lad. I have a high work rate. So I think my 5th fight, so I have one next month, and then after that, I'm ready to go for it.
You've been touted as the next big thing, the one to look out for. You know, what does it mean to have so much support behind you, so much momentum behind your career so early on?
Yeah, pressure is a privilege, I think, you know. Some people can handle it, or some people can't, you know, and I like to think that I'll be able to handle it and crack on with it.
Listen, you're such an exciting fighter. You had the place absolutely buzzing. You've got so much support here in the building. A little message for everyone here. Yeah, thanks for everyone who's coming, you know. I've got where I live, Royston, everyone backs me, and then I've got the Navy and the Marines who great backing as well. So I've got a lot of people, a good following that I owe it all to, you know, to get on the good shows and everything. Listen, congratulations, so exciting. We can't wait to see what you do next, George. Cheers, thank you.
Good work, bro. That's something.
Wow, that was quite the performance from George Crotty. You know, as I said, 3rd professional fight is so early on in his career, and he just looked really, really comfortable in there. Kuzman was touted as meant to be, you know, someone that's a real challenge for him this early on, and it was a bit of a risk taking this fight, being a former WBO youth title challenger, but he handled him perfectly.
Yeah, I think sometimes that brings the best out of people, especially for someone like George. If he was in there with someone that was going to be negative and move around, I don't think that would have suited him. He would have just been chasing all night. Someone that was going to fight back was perfect for him. He opened up every time George needed him to. He found these shots. He's able to press the gas. His opponent was looking to press back, so it made for a good fight. And I think those are fights he'd rather be in, especially where he sold so much tickets and packed out the York Hall. So I think fights like that are what wants him to move on. It's what's making him want to move on so quickly, because he's fighting someone that challenged for the youth title. You're going in there, southern area, same sort of level. You think you can do it, and he is a fit guy. I've been in the gym with him. I've seen him do rounds. He's been in the ring hundreds of times as an amateur, so he is comfortable in the ring. That is his safe space. So, I mean, it was good to see him perform like that.
You could actually really see the amateur style in there. You know, he was very light on his feet. He was in and out with the shots. The level variation was really, really interesting as well. And it did give me a real amateur style. And it made me think about the question you asked him about. He's at that point in his career where he's not had to settle in and really plant his feet. At what point does that kind of come to fruition where you're like, okay, I need to now be planting my feet and getting those shots off in the more pro style?
Yeah, I mean, I get that comes with more fights. I mean, that's the experience you go in as. He has more fights as a professional. He would just start planting his feet. You realise you can't bounce around and throw so many shots in the 10, 12 round fight, championship fights. But funny enough, he is fit enough, he probably could do that. So he might keep the style and it might pay off for him. If you do keep that amateur style with that fitness all the way through, it could pay off for you. But as it goes on, just generally you hold your feet more, you get more power in your shots when you hold your feet more. You're not exerting as much energy, moving around for no reason, for the sake of words. Just bounce around just because that's your style. So once he settles down, he might be more dangerous.
Well, listen, you'll be one to tell us about it, because I'm sure you'll be sparring him as you already have, and you'll continue to do so. But next up, we have heavyweight Dorian Krasmaru against Harvey Dykes. This is a really, really exciting fight, because someone's O has got to go over to Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 10 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Harvey Dykes.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now
Hey guys, hope you are still with us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, also on boxingnews.com. Seconds out, wherever you're watching this brilliant show at the York Hall, Bethnal Green. We are still very much here, but there has been a little problem. We're just waiting for Nathan Barrett to pass a medical issue. So the problem that we had was, it was going to be Nathan Barrett that comes on next, or Dorian Krasmu versus Harvey Dykes, the brilliant 10-round heavyweight contest that we've got coming up. Krasmu wasn't ready, so this is where the problem was. Krasmu wasn't ready because he thought he was boxing at 9 o'clock. They wanted him ready for 8:30. But Barrett now has been passed. He is boxing. He has been passed, fit to box. He goes in against Nathan Darby. He's making his debut. Barrett has sold 300 tickets here, so obviously he wanted to get on the bill. So please bear with us. Boxing is coming up within the next 5 to 10 minutes. But Radio, what are we looking forward to most here? We've got some brilliant fights coming up. We've had some brilliant fights already, but keep our audience engaged. Let us know what is coming up.
Well, I got handed a full press kit for Harvey Dykes. We're looking at a undefeated versus undefeated in the heavyweight division, 10 3-minute rounds. It's the kind of matchup that you look forward to at a small hall show with big careers and big hearts on the line. You know that these fighters that you see tonight will be the stars and champions of tomorrow. This is exactly the kind of matchup that decrees that kind of logic and look forward to when you see a Dykes and you see the kind of heavyweight brawl that we expect. Any one of these guys, and we know how impacted the heavyweight division is right now. You make a few wins, you make some noise, you can get yourself stuck in right in there in line for a title shot or with the big names. Tonight, I believe one of these guys will emerge as a star. And heavyweight boxing, undefeated, one punch can change the fight. You can't ask for something more than that.
Yeah,
you can't ask for something better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with that. Dorian Krasmu, 5-0 with 3 KOs, goes in against Harvey Dykes. Now, one name both these guys have got in common. I'll bring you in here, Freya. One name both of these guys have got in common. Former world heavyweight champion, Daniel Dubois. Krasmu used to be main sparring partner for Daniel Dubois when he was with Martin Bowers, back at the Peacock. When he started his career out, Krasmu mixed it with him. And Harvey Dykes actually was one of the main sparring partners for Daniel Dubois when he was preparing for the Alexander Usyk fight. And guess what? I got more. I witnessed some of those spars. I've seen those spars. So this young kid, Harvey Dykes, he can fight. He's a decent little fighter. You know, he hasn't got any knockouts on his record. But Krasmu, he was one of these fighters that made his debut back in 2018, won 3 of them. Then he disappeared for 5 years. Where do you go? What are you doing? You're a great prospect. Then you come back and you have wins, and you know you box back at the York Hall and you pick up another couple of wins, but you go, why did you disappear? I know that we were suffering with the COVID thing was going on and all that, but Krasmu's a real talent, one that people expect to go a long way, but he's 32 years of age now and he hasn't got time to waste.
He doesn't, and I think we were talking about this yesterday when we were saying that fighters sometimes, you know, there's a point where they reach a tipping point when you've got the young up-and-coming fighters, the talents, the younger talents, and then you've got the kind of the fighters that are just over the age of 30, and you know, at some point, especially when they've had a break, they've got a bit of ring rust on them to shake. They don't have the time to shake it, and actually, you know, they run the risk of being overtaken. Where's the tipping point?
Yeah, very good points there. Where is the tipping point? But we're really looking forward to that one. We thought it was going to be Krasmu through Dykes versus Dykes next, but we are now hearing that it is going to be the debut of Nathan Barrett, someone that gets high praise from Martin Bowers, trains with Martin Bowers. He's a traveller that's sold over 300 tickets tonight, and Martin Bowers, if there's anything to go by what Martin says about this kid, we are in for a real treat, and he goes in against the tough Nathan Darby. Looking forward to that one, and I think guys, that one's next, followed by the heavyweights. But the one that I'm all excited about, guys, I want to speak about this one. The one that I'm really looking forward to is the one that's the top of the bill tonight. Arnie Dawson versus Marley Mason. That is a lightweight contest over 10 3-minute rounds. Now, Arnie Dawson's unbeaten in 7, yeah? And he boxed on our Stamford Bridge show, UK versus USA. And he iced this kid. When I say iced him, he hit him with a shot. Do you remember when Roberto Duran got knocked out by Tommy Hearns?
Indeed.
The way he fell forward. Now Arnie Dawson knocked this kid out like that, and I just go, you know what, this kid's got potential. And he done the same thing when we went over to Texas, in your backyard, my friend. We went over there. Yeah, I know it's not good news for you. We went over there, and Arnie done the same thing. Took him a couple more rounds, but he iced another guy out there. I'm looking forward to this kid, but he goes in against someone in Marley Mason who's tough as old boots, and he comes to have a fight. Expect fireworks in that one.
We saw a closing of the show last night with a blistering knockout, a battle of wills, blood, guts spilled on the canvas, on our shirts, in our notebooks. We didn't know which fighter would break, and it was a contest right to the very last second. I expect nothing less. And you talk about icing. Boy, icing your opponent right now as you sit in the locker room waiting for the show to go on, thinking you might have gotten in early. That's the nerves, the jitters get inside you. It can change how these fighters come out and perform. It can create an upset. A fighter who's usually in rhythm, who's an A-side, who has things going his way, and now he has to wait. He's got a fight ahead of him when he thought he was going to be next. All these little things that happen behind the scenes can change trajectories. Tonight, you've got a debut fighter. This is kind of a hiccup in what he was expecting to happen. We've seen other debut fighters on this card perform very well. What I love about these kind of fights and these kind of nights is you really never know what's going to happen, but the one thing you can guarantee is that something will happen that you didn't expect.
Yeah, Brad, let's bring you in here. Now, you've had that experience. You've boxed at top level at the amateurs, and you represent your country, won the ABAs and all of that, and you know these sort of arenas and what they're all about and the energy that this arena brings. You get this now, you get gloved up. We've all done it. I've been in the dressing room. You get gloved up and you get told, hold on, mate, you're the float. You're not going on. You're going to come on after the main event or whatever. And you're sitting there and you're waiting and you're waiting, and then you get told you're on. Then you get told you're off again. That is a lot to deal with mentally because, like, you know, when you're dealing with the emotional side of things, as well as what you got coming up, how do you deal with it? How do you prepare for that as a fighter?
I think all the preparation comes in training because what we also have to remember is that those kind of things, you know, we get thrown curveballs during training camp as well. So, you know, fighters are taught, you know, by their good coaches to actually be adaptable to situations, be resilient in the face of challenges and curveballs, and actually, whilst it might be a bit of a knock and it might be a bit of a shock to the system, I think Arnie will deal with it perfectly well. I think he'll just readjust his mindset, he'll just regroup, take his 10 minutes, and I think he'll be fine. He's experienced enough, and, you know, I have faith in his ability to adapt.
Now there's a third element in the ring here, Spence, and that's the crowd. They've been sat now, and the bars will love a delay like this because they'll be pouring drinks the whole time. It's a packed house in here tonight, and it's always ruckus. But now they're getting a little bit more sauce in the system. They're waiting on the action to start, and when the punches start flying again, they're going to be at top energy. That is going to infuse that energy into the fighters. They want to see action, and when action comes, this place is going to come alive with electricity.
Absolutely, Radio, you've nailed that one, because one thing that we do get in this small venue, the York Hall Bethnal Green, is energy. It's a magical place. You know, I boxed here as an amateur and I boxed here as a pro. And when this place is full capacity, by the way, it is full capacity, we think there's been 1,800 tickets sold here. A lot of them are in the bar right now. A few of them might be outside having a smoke. Whatever's going on, expect them to all be in here for this next one, Nathan Barrett versus Nathan Darby. And you go, when the energy's in the room, it's something electric, and I think that, you know, they've been very patient, everyone's calm because they know what's coming up. We have some big fights coming up, not just Nathan Barrett versus Nathan Darby, but, you know, we look at the rest of the bill. Dorian Krasmu, who I talked about with Harvey Dykes, the heavyweights, that is going to be explosive. And right, Lucas Rohrig, let's talk about him, guys, because we've not mentioned him yet. Lucas Rohrig, the young protege of George Groves, and now I watched his debut. It was at the Harrow Leisure Centre, believe it or not, and he went in there. Who was it he boxed? Let me just have a look here. He went in there and he boxed Joel McIntyre, the former English champion. I went in there, I went, that's an ambitious debut, that. He went in there and he absolutely dismantled Joel McIntyre. Went, now, George has got something special here. He's now 5-0, and he's going in against Bileski now, who's a tough guy, Vladimir Bileski. He's at 18, 1-9, you know, lost 9, sorry, 1-1, but 14 of his 18 victories have come inside the distance. George Groves goes, give me that kid, I want him. I love that, man, and like, these guys that I've just mentioned, this place will be electrifying when it happens.
One thing that I have to mention about this Lucas Roaring is having a George Groves in your corner, guiding you at this stage of your career, inspiring you to know what the heights of boxing can bring. It is an inspiration that fires and burns inside you to want to impress and perform. A guy plucks you out like that and says, hey, I'm back in this one, then you want to be able to deliver on his confidence. You want to come on a show like this where there's been a delay, where the fans are getting a little bit sauced and impatient, and deliver in that moment, bring the fans back in, bring the electricity back in, and make sure that that legend that plucks you out of obscurity is so happy he did so. Make him right on the night. That's what's on the line now for Lucas. These are the moments that you live for.
Yep, this is where champions are built. This is where it all starts from. The York Hall. Bethnal Green has so many big names over the years that have boxed here. You know, you go back to your Nigel Benz, your John Ruiz, and you look at people like that, and I think we even had Klitschko here, Lennox Lewis has boxed here, I've boxed here many times myself. We even saw Johnny Tapia box right here in the York Hall, Bethnal Green. There's something very special about this place, and we could be seeing the champions of tomorrow. That's why you guys need to stay tuned, because we have got 5 fantastic fights coming up with you for you. A little technical issue, yeah, we can deal with that. Go and make yourself a coffee. Even better, crack a beer. No, I tell you what, if you're the women watching, why don't you pour yourselves a nice glass of wine? Because we got action coming, and it's going to come thick and fast.
I must say, I've lived my entire life in this sport. I've been to countless boxing matches in many countries around the world. There is no better place for boxing than Britain. There is a packed house tonight. The delay has been long. Not a single audience member has been left. There is nobody heading for the doors. They're just waiting it out because they know what's coming. This card is stacked. It's 50-50, and they're still excited about it. Trust and believe. They keep your phones on and your computers live and your talkSPORT boxing YouTube channel on your television, because when the action starts again, like everybody in this building knows, it is going to be electric. It is going to be a clash that you can't see anywhere else with the energy that only York Hall can bring.
Right, guys, I'm going in a different direction here. And the guys, Prayer doesn't know where I'm going, and nor does Radio. He don't know where I'm going either. But I'm going to change things up, right, because we'll give you a little bit about what's coming up, and that is coming up in the next couple of minutes or so. But I'm going to tell you guys something that you're going to find hard to believe. Now, you all know what a chocolate digestive is, right? You all know, everyone knows what a chocolate digestive is.
Not everyone.
Everyone's had a well, not everyone. There's one person in this world that doesn't know what that is. The man to my left, Radio Raheem, had never heard of a chocolate digestive, had never had a chocolate digestive. Now, why I'm getting in on this conversation is we were all getting hungry sitting at ringside. I said, you know what? I'm a sucker for a chocolate digestive. I go, that is my weakness. Prayer said, yeah, you know what, Spence, that's my weakness as well. I love a chocolate digestive. Do you like it with tea? Do you like it with coffee? That's another debate. But Prayer has gone to look for a chocolate digestive today, and because they're so popular, the supermarkets have actually sold out, right? So they've sold out, and supermarkets have sold out, and what we've got instead is she's bought something even more special. She has brought...
I've gone elite with these guys. I've gone elite with these.
Take it away. Take it away. Yeah, take it away. She has bought the...
chocolate hobnobs.
The chocolate hobnobs. Now, guys, Radio Raheem has never seen a chocolate hobnob. And the reason I brought this up, yeah, because I mentioned it to him earlier on. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at that packet of chocolate hobnobs. I'm going, I know how good they are. I know I fancy one. I actually fancy one now.
But I don't know how we've managed 5 fights without
But this is what I want to do, yeah? This is what I want to do. Radio said, I'm going to have a cup of coffee after this, and I want to, experience it on my own. I'm like, all right, whatever floats your boat. That's up to you. Oh my God, and I was just about to say, let's get him to crack the chocolate hobnobs and do it live to our talkSPORT audience.
We've got the announcer in the ring. We've run out of time. I guess I'll have to eat all of these on my own.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening scheduled 10 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Harvey Dykes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Doran Krasmaru. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Nutravita. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Des Reese. Your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci. And the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Mark Bates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the white trunks. His official weight of 19 stones, 9 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 6 wins. Hailing from New Haven, Sussex, England, United Kingdom, introducing Harvey Dykes. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 19 stones, 4 pounds and 6 ounces. He is currently undefeated with 5 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Ukraine, fighting out of Sidcup, Kent, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Doran Krasmaru.
Gentlemen, when I tell you to break, take a step back immediately. Get your punches up, obey my commands, and protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both, gents. Tough stuff.
Well, we're shortly about to get the action back underway. 10 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Doran Krasmaru versus Harvey Dykes. Somebody's O has got to go, and it's the heavyweights. Krasmaru looks in fantastic shape, that is for sure. And this is the opportunity that both guys have been waiting for.
Harvey Dykes looks excited to start the action. He was bouncing around on his feet, ready to run across the ring and get this action started, so I'm expecting fireworks right out the gate.
Yeah, Dykes is a very slippery customer, like I say. Both guys have shared the ring, been sparring partners with Daniel Dubois. Both held themselves very well with Daniel as well. This is a good contest, an interesting contest where you go, it's difficult to pick a winner here. It's a real 50-50 because Krasmu is a guy that had bags of potential. 2018 when he turned pro, you thought this guy's going a long way, then disappeared from the sport, then come back, and there's had 3 good wins since then. But this is the first real acid test, and Harvey Dykes is the guy that, you know, seems to be keeps pulling off these victories. So it's a real interesting one, this one, Priya.
And the thing is, it's not just evenly matched on their records, as you know, Krasmu's 5-0 and Dykes is 6-0. It's not just on paper that it's evenly matched. It actually is evenly matched when you dig deeper into those records.
When you look at their physiques, they're not evenly matched. It does look like we've got a kind of a behemoth there in Doran, and he's bigger, he's in better condition, but you see the movement from Dykes. You see him keeping that lead hand out and trying to feel around for his opponent, and maybe he's going to be the one to press the action. Dorian looks happy at this point to kind of sit back, set on his shots, and wait for Harvey Dykes to come to him. Could be a mistake, not unlike what we saw with Anthony Joshua and Andy Ruiz. The smaller, seeming out-of-shape fighter pressuring the big man can make some things happen you don't expect to see coming.
Yep, sometimes don't judge a book by its cover. That's the old saying, and Dorian Dykes is one of those, Harvey Dykes is one of those guys that's never really had the body beautiful. You know, you can look at Tyson Fury and say the same about him, but he has a lot of movement, Dykes, and he's got a good energy. He nearly ended up on top of us there as well. That was a close one. Radio, I thought you would have caught him first, to be fair. I saw the hands go up, but yeah, he's a big man, Krasmu, isn't he? And he's got that physical attributes, the physical strength that you feel could play a part here.
And the thing is, Dykes is actually, you know, he moves really well. He's quite fluid with his movement. And, you know, at that weight, that's quite difficult to do. So whilst he might not look like the specimen of an athlete, he certainly moves like one.
Yep, he does.
Well, he's not the only one that moves like an athlete. I think you've both seen my reflexes, my ability to catch heavyweights right here on the table, which I mentioned earlier in the night. You may have had some doubt that I was telling the truth, but now you know. And right now, I think the action coming our way could easily, at any time, come right through these ropes. Both of these guys are keen to make a statement tonight and knock one or the other right out of the ring.
Yep, it's very physical in there, right from this opening bell. Interesting round. Dykes was moving around, being very elusive, and Krasmu was stalking forward. He landed a couple of solid jabs as well. Difficult round to split there. What way do you go? Do you go for the physical advantages of Krasmu or the slippery moves of Dorian Dykes? It was a close round.
I think it was, and like you said, it's a difficult one to score. You know, for me, I think Dykes might have edged it just in terms of tactical awareness around the ring. You know, he avoided some shots really well, but, you know, Krasmu has got a decent jab on him. He's landed that a couple of times.
I like aggression. When it's even, I didn't see anything really clean or effective landing, so I like the pressure coming from Dykes. I like the activity and pressing the action. I'd give him the round on that edge alone.
Yep. So our American friend likes the pressure. Surprise, surprise. That's the way they like it over in America. All action. Radio Raheem has been calling for that from the beginning of this show. Actually, let me rewind. From the beginning of last night's show.
That's right.
This man likes the action, and I think we're going to get it here with this 10-round heavyweight contest. Round number 2, Krasmu versus Dykes. No one really dominating the opening round, but a big hook there from Dykes as Krasmu was landing on. And he was forced to hold, starting to complain to the referee, but there was 2 big right hands there from Harvey Dykes.
Harvey not interested in tying up, not interested in being friends in there. He's going to throw every punch he possibly can, and it lands where it lands. That's the heavyweight way. I don't have no problem with that. Referee should step in and stop the action if the punches are landing illegally.
Yep, this is going to be very physical, this fight, that is for sure, because Krasmu is a very big guy, and Dykes likes to hold and be tricky on the inside. The referee is going to have to do his job in there as well. He's going to have to be firm.
Yeah, he's got to. This is what Harvey should be doing. He's not the longer guy. He's not the more fit guy, but he is aggressive. And if he gets inside, he's got to be rough, short shots, and frustrate Doran.
I think he'd do well to take his lead foot out to the side and try and sink that backhand into the body just to slow Krasmaru down a bit.
Yeah, Krasmaru's momentarily switching southpaw there. He's trying a couple of tricks in there as well, but as I say, this is going to be physical. The right eye of Dorian Harvey Dykes is starting to redden as well.
There was another good shot from Dykes, though, there when he got inside. That big kind of chopping hand. There he is trying to land it again. He's not, I think, the better class of fighter, but he might have the fighting spirit to get this win. I'm not counting him out in the least.
But I've got to say, though, Krasmu comes with a good reputation. This is a tough guy, a big specimen of a man that puts his shots together well. He's very, very solid in his movements. He looks nice, you know what I mean, nice and composed. Everything's good. And Dykes is using a lot of energy here, by the way, for a heavyweight, as you said, that's not really a physical specimen. Will that tell later on?
I just wonder how long he can keep it up for. I was just gonna say that, you wonder how long he can actually run around the ring the way that he's doing now.
He strikes me as one of these guys that is oddly able to stay busy in that way. He probably will be able to maintain this kind of pace as long as he doesn't get hit with shots that slow those legs. If Dorian starts going to the body, which is where he should be going, that will slow Harvey's feet down.
I tell you what, Harvey Dykes is doing a good job of roughing Dorian Krasmu up here, and Dorian Krasmu is showing a weakness by complaining about that. He should just be getting on with it, letting the referee do his job. Krasmu's a great fighter, a solid fighter. You know, he's got a good team in the corner as well, but don't show that weakness. Don't complain to the referee. Let the referee do his job.
You're absolutely right, Spence, and it lets Harvey know that he's getting to Dorian. He lets him know that he is frustrating him, that his tactics and technique is working.
Yeah, another close round to score there. Where do you go for the aggression of Krasmu? Dorian Dykes had his moments on the outside. It's a very difficult one to call. Well, 2 rounds, subjective scoring. What way do you go, one or the other? Should we go 1 round apiece?
Yeah, let's just split the coin.
I think we can go straight down the middle with that one, and I think that would probably be a fair assessment of those 2 rounds, because no one's really stamped their authority in this.
They haven't, but I think the edge that Harvey Dykes has got, he's frustrating Dorian Krasmaru in there, and I don't think that's going to work well for him.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how Dykes can continue moving like that, because Dorian Krasmu is a physical specimen. You know, you can see the abs, man. I can see abs on that guy. And he's a big, big guy. He keeps himself in tremendous condition. Martin Bowers in the corner with him. Martin's been with him the whole time. Brilliant trainer, Martin Bowers. And he runs a brilliant gym over there, the Peacock Gym. And Krasmu is a product of that gym.
I like Dykes. Yeah, I'm the guy that's going to go for the underdog, and there it is. Big shot right on cue. You're right, Spence. They do listen for me.
That went straight in the eye there. That went straight in the eye of Krasmu. He didn't like that. We saw him wincing a little bit. Good work again there from Dykes. Yo, I'm with you. I like Dykes as well. I've got a lot of time for Harvey Dykes. He's a great fighter himself. 2 good guys here. That's what I said about putting it on the line, and I was being serious when I said to Prayer that when I said, listen, we've got 2 guys here, and I genuinely don't know who's going to win this. This is a 50-50 fight.
The start of this round, you saw Dykes rush to the center of the ring, and Dorian had to meet him there. That's the energy. That frustration that we were speaking about is really a factor in this fight. He's landing lead punches without jabs. It's because he's the one pressing the action, and it continues to frustrate Dorian. And as the rounds go on, it really could create opportunities here for Harvey to land the big punch, for Harvey to get the big man on his bum.
Yep, Krasmu now has a mark come over his right eye. Oh, big left hook there on the inside from Krasmu. Oh, sorry, right hook. He done that out of the southpaw style.
And it ignited Harvey. It doesn't stop Harvey from throwing punches. It inspires him to throw more punches. I like that action. I like that mentality.
Yeah, lovely right hand there from Harvey Dykes. He's brought back to the corner. The bootlace there has just come undone.
I think he's putting his punches putting his punches together well in this round. He's come in with a nice couple of bolo shots to the body, set up from behind his jab. You know, he's growing in confidence, actually, and aggression.
Yep, he really is. Listen, he's a good amateur as well, Harvey Dykes. He's been around the game a long, long time, and like I say, all that sparring with Daniel Dubois is very elusive. He's used to going in with the big guys. He's not fazed by that, and he's certainly not showing that he's fazed here in this contest, and he's having a good round here, Dykes.
I could be wrong, but to my naked eye, I feel like I see just a little tiny cut over the right eye of Dorian. It's not bleeding, but I do see a blemish there that could be a cut.
No, it's not a cut. It's a black mark that was hit with that looping right hand that we talked about when I said earlier in the round it was there. It's an eye that's come up. There's a big bruising there, and that could be a problem later on in the fight, but for now, it's all okay.
I think this is an important fight for Dykes as well. You know, he wants to go for the English and the British title after this, so he's really got to stamp his authority and win this one, and win it well.
Yep, a crossroads fight for both of these guys. Both of these guys, you know, Harvey Dykes, 29 years of age, and Dorian Krasmu, 32 years of age. You look at that and you go, if they want to win here to kick on with their careers, there's great opportunity out there for the winner of this one. You just mentioned their prayer, the British, the Commonwealth, the European, you know, stepping up that ladder. And we all know what's going on out in Saudi Arabia. And we got a young crop of heavyweights that's coming through right now, and they're all doing well. We've got Fabio Wardley going in against Joseph Parker, October the 25th at the O2 Arena. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. But the heavyweights are happening. Filip Hrgović faces David Adelaide out in Saudi just recently. And these guys, that's where they inspire to be. That is the dream. So at this stage of their careers, at this age, really it's a must-win fight to kick on.
And anybody can make a name in boxing with a showing that gets people's attention. There's so much talent there. So many people need opponents. You can get a shot in the heavyweight division quicker than any other division.
Absolutely, and I forgot to mention October 11th, live and exclusive on talkSPORT, we have Dave Allen versus Makhmudov. What a fight that is as well. That's coming up October the 11th. But now we're back in the York Hall for this intriguing heavyweight contest. Dorian Krasmu versus Harvey Dykes. And I don't know what way you're going here, guys. I've got Dykes maybe 2-1 up going into this fourth round, but
I mean,
this really could have gone any way.
Krasmaru clipped him nicely just there, but you know, Dykes gave it straight back, and he's not showing any signs of slowing down.
Not slowing down at all, and he also can't afford to slow down. If he starts to take the pace down, then absolutely Dorian will come on, and that'll be his game. He cannot give Dorian a chance to breathe. He has to do what Usyk said and never, ever leave him alone.
Yep, there's the words from Radio Raheem, and there's some truth in that. I think that with Krasmu, he has to keep pushing here because he's got to try and force Dykes into making a mistake. Dykes is one of those elusive customers that you don't really want to come across too often. You never quite know where the shots are coming from. Unpredictability, and what do they say in boxing? Unpredictability wins. You know, it's very hard to pin down for a heavyweight. You know, very deceiving. When you look at him, you think, right, this guy's going to stand in front of me. You couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, Dykes is still, you know, he's landed his shots, he's putting his punches together well, he's got decent combination, he's looking for the openings. You know, his feet are sort of planted right now, but for the most part, he's moving around on his feet really well.
And
yes.
It appears both fighters have agreed to take something of a round off. Neither one of them is really pressuring the other and pushing the action, and I think that is a mistake for Dorian. If Harvey has stopped pushing the pace, then it's time for Dorian to kind of settle down and start working his jab and getting control of this fight. He's letting Harvey have his own way right now.
Yeah, Harvey just maybe with the better work rate of the two and just landing the shots. Dorian Krasmu has the physical advantages and he can stamp his authority on this one, but he needs to let his hands go as well.
You know, Spence, I say this is a good round for Harvey. Whether he's won it or not is another question. But I think that he needed that breather. He needed to not have to push the action for 3 minutes, and he's gotten away with doing that without getting hurt and really not winning the round, losing the round lopsided.
Well, no, I think he may be doing enough to win the round. He's taking a bite too. He's just beating Krasmu to the punch. It's like I say, it's like what you're looking for here. Like, you know, what one person sees, another person's not going to see. It's one of those ones, what you like. You know, is it the composure, you know, the physical attributes that Krasmu has, or is it the elusiveness of Dykes, where he's throwing the shots, falling in, but then tying up and making it messy so Krasmu can't tie him up on the inside. I can't split these two at the moment.
That's
maybe
exactly right.
maybe 2 rounds apiece. It's one of those fights where you go, they are really that tight, the rounds are that tight, and no guy really took a hold of this yet.
However, Harvey is doing the little things. He's got the little elbow in there. He's got his head he's leading with. He'll punch behind the head if the referee doesn't come in and step in. And it's the referee's job to stop that kind of thing, and Harvey's using it to his advantage. Yes, it's the radio way. It's crafty. It's right on the borderline there of dirty, but it gets the job done. And if you can get away with that for 10 rounds, it'll definitely give you the advantage.
Well, he's certainly chipping away at Krasmaru's mindset, because you saw at the end of that round, Krasmaru got frustrated quite a bit again with Dykes holding on and hitting at the back of the head.
Round 5.
And then has the nerve to try to touch gloves at the beginning of the 5th. Absolutely not. I mean, that alone, I would think Doran would have denied. Right now, Harvey really is fighting the best fight for him.
Yep, Dykes now boxing out of the southpaw stance.
Nice jab, actually, from that.
Yep, it is. Like I say, he's a box of tricks, this kid. He's very deceiving to look at. You think, right, he's going to be flat-footed, stand in front of me, maybe slow and cumbersome, but he's not. You know, he's quite elusive. He's got good hands. He throws shots from unusual angles, and it's proving hard for Dorian Krasmu to figure out.
We saw a warning there from the referee, a little bit more stern now. He's starting to have had enough of the behind-the-head punching from Dykes. I don't know if that will lead to a point deduction or change how Dykes fights, but right now it's working for him, and the stern warning is warranted.
Just had a call from one of the fans in the crowd there telling Dykes to let his hands go, and I think that was good advice. He's just thrown a nice double jab there, didn't quite land, but you know, he's staying busy in the round. But
oh, he's been caught there, Dykes. He got caught with a little shot.
He's the kind of guy
on the inside there. He got stunned with a little check hook.
He gets caught with a check hook, a clean shot, and moves forward, comes in to smother the action that Doran's bringing. That's also a very savvy move. And then get back out there, throwing these big looping shots like the left hand you just see there.
A lot of pressure coming from Krasmu here. He's just sort of trying to turn it up a notch. He's just trying to apply the pressure a little bit more here, try and force the hand of Dykes maybe a little bit more.
Harvey just not giving him anything clean. He's not giving him the opportunity to land flush.
He's just not giving him the space to work. He's just smothering his work, sitting on his chest.
Exactly, smothering the work, sitting on his chest, and now you get a little bit of moaning from Doran, which is more frustration, I believe, than harm.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. He's definitely a frustrating night for him. Win, lose or draw here.
A nice left to the body. Just as Doran lifts that elbow up to take a shot, he receives a shot.
I tell you what, Dykes is enjoying this in there now. He's growing in confidence a lot as the intensity has slowed down from Dorian Krasmu. Dykes now can get into a little rhythm, box at the pace that he prefers to box at. And like I say, he's difficult to pin down, so it's now about Krasmu needs to really close that gap and apply the pressure, because that's where he has success.
The irony is, though, that now that the pressure has slowed a bit from Harvey, it's still Harvey that's initiating the action. he really has done enough in the early rounds now to make Doran think, to make him not know what's happening next, and then Harvey is dictating. It's an interesting thing to watch.
Listen, Harvey Dykes is enjoying himself in there right now. He's just winked at someone out in the crowd. He's in the corner above us, Don Charles, great trainer. In the corner, and Don's giving him those instructions, and Harvey's been working hard in the gym in the barn up in L Street with Don.
Don Charles is an expert, also in the mental game. He does know how to frustrate your opponent, to give you the tools and the one or two things that you can do that your opponent doesn't know how to handle. Force your guy to think, to be outside of his comfort zone, to make adjustments he's not comfortable with. And that can be the margin in a fight like this.
Absolutely. Ian Dewberry also in the corner, working alongside Don Charles. He's worked there for a long, long time. Ian's an instrumental part of the team.
Round 6.
And they seem quite happy. Here we go, second half of the contest.
I think they can see that their man has set the pace from the beginning, and whether he's adjusted it and slowed down or sped up, he's actually set the pace. And Krasmaru's just got no choice but to actually box at Dykes' pace. Bit of swelling there under the right eye of Dykes, though.
Yep, there is a swelling there, and that will be from that left-hand lead of Krasmu. He really throws that out. He is a big physical specimen. He lands a couple of good shots there, Krasmu. Dykes doing a good job of tying him up, but that was nice work from Krasmu. Double jab, followed by the short right hand.
We're in the second half of the fight now, and it's curious whether or not this will be the story of two halves. It's time for Dorian to change the tide here, to make something happen on his own terms. And if that can be applied here in the sixth, then it'll be a difficult and uphill climb for Harvey to get it back.
Oh, that was a lovely straight left hand through the middle there from Dykes. He changed it up there because he's been winging them around like he's bowling a cricket ball at times with that left hand, but he threw it straight down the pipe then and had success. That was a massive shot, and we just see the legs just wobble a little bit there of Krasmu, and he was happy to hold on possibly for the first time in the fight.
That's the way you want to answer Dorian's onslaught in the first half of this round. Let him know nothing's changing. I'm still here, and now I'm landing the big shots on you. I'm still initiating the action. I'm roughing up the bigger man. That is the kind of thing that will get in Dorian's head and make it very difficult for him to get momentum.
And Dykes almost cannot miss with that backhand. He steps forward and rotates it into it, and he just lands it straight down the pipe nearly every time.
Yep, the momentum is definitely with Harvey Dykes in this round. He's up on his toes. He's growing in confidence, and for me, Krasmu just giving him a little bit too much space at the moment, and he looks like he's run out of ideas a little bit, Krasmu. You see him there, he's coming forward, and I don't know if he's struggling with his southpaw style or what it is, but he's a little bit cumbersome when he's falling in. The feet just cross there, and you go, is the frustration taking over the boxing brain?
He's not found his way in. He's not been able to settle down yet in this fight, and we're already more than halfway through the sixth. It's a difficult thing mentally to deal with, especially when you have the stature of a Doran. You think that you're coming in there as the better in-shape guy, the longer punch, the better jab, and none of it's working for you tonight.
I think his timing's a bit off. Just as Dykes comes in, he needs to let his backhand go and land it on him as he comes forward. But I just think his timing's off, and Dykes is able to land his shot and time up.
See, I think the timing comes from the frustration, because he seems to be doing better when he had more momentum and he was letting the shots go. The rounds were quite close, but now the pace has slowed a little bit. This suits Harvey Dykes, and he's enjoying that. He's up on his toes. Look, he's got his hands down. He's growing in confidence, and he's just nicking these rounds, and that could be instrumental as we move into the last quarter of the fight, because you can't allow Dykes to run away or nick too many rounds and hope that you're going to get him down the back stretch, because what we found out about Harvey Dykes in those first 6 rounds is that he's durable, he's elusive, and he's deceivingly fit. And there's the key, because you look at him and you go, you wouldn't think you'd be able to run to the end of the street. How wrong could you be? When I'm talking about judging books by covers, I go, this guy is a product of not believing what you see. right?
Well, one thing I see, and it's not unlike the signature lines that come from Spencer Oliver that we all remember,
10 seconds.
it is the signature training that comes from Don Charles. Now, you'll watch it. That back foot moves
Seconds out.
forward as the left
Round
uppercut
7.
comes from Harvey. It's a Don Charles move, and he brings all his weight forward with that uppercut, landing to Dorian's midsection. That is a heavy shot to take.
You sound like you've spent a lot of time in the gym with Don Charles.
I have indeed, and not unlike you, Spence. I've watched every moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've been a big part of that journey for sure. Oh, that's nice from Krasmu. A good start to the round, and for the first time, Dykes looks a little bit unsteady.
And that's exactly what he needed. He needed to catch Dykes on the way in, and he managed to do that. He just needs more of it. Just there, he's just let his rear hand go, and it's just landed so clean. Bit of blood there from under the eye of Dykes as well.
Yep, that's from those big right hands that have landed there. This is a good little spell here from Krasmu. I think that, you know, Martin Bowles in the corner there, they've got a wealth of experience in that corner, and Martin will have told him, listen, you're starting to throw this away here, mate. You know, there's big hopes for you. You're 32 years of age, now get out there and do what you're supposed to do. And that seems to have been the kick up the backside that he needed.
You're right in that he needed to catch Dykes on the way in, but the second part of that sentence is that he needs to then create and keep the space. Get some distance to work, not allow Dykes to smother you even after you've caught him on the way in. That's what's missing from the offense of Doran.
I'll tell you what, it's a good round here from Krasmu. He's dominated this round. And is this a case of Harvey Dykes slowing down? Is he taking a breather? Because Krasmu, for me, is having a good round.
He's having a good round, but could it be a bit too little too late? Or is he setting up the knockout that Radio's looking for?
And we're only halfway through the round. I think Doran's in danger of receiving another one of those big, heavy shots from Harvey that might steal the round in the last minute. You're right, Priya. It's time for a knockout. Let's go.
Yep, all went a little bit quiet there, didn't it? We was waiting for something to happen. A little bit of action.
I tell you what, that is the death knell, waiting, because in that space, tonight anyway, Harvey has been filling it with punches, elbows, heads, and punches behind the head. He's doing everything that he can inside to make it difficult for Doran.
That was a lovely, that was a lovely left hand through the middle there that landed flush on the bridge of the nose of Krasmu. He needed that, Dorian, because it's been a quieter round for him for sure. Krasmu will be pleased with the work that he's done in this round, sort of puts him back in the fight.
We'll be able to tell from the start of the next round. Ooh, Dykes poked in there. A nice little left hand straight to the chops, right to the chin of Doran. And I was just saying that at the top of the next round, we'll be able to see if any momentum shift has happened. If maybe at this point, Doran, from having success in the 6th, will be able to move into the 7th with some kind of momentum.
Are you starting to pick up the English lingo there? You said straight to the chops, is that right?
Every little bit I pepper in. Every moment I spend with you, Spencer, I become a little more English and a little more British.
You're getting a little bit more Cockney, mate. You're picking up You're picking up the Spencer Cockney twang.
Wow.
He's just been introduced to digestives. This is what's doing it.
That's a delight, isn't it?
This is the this is the game changer. When we get to finally witness Radio Raheem cracking the chocolate hobnobs. Another conversation, guys. Let's get back to the fight. 7 rounds gone. This one's quite close. I think, for me, Harvey Dykes just in front. 4 rounds to 3. Could quite easily be the other way. It's one of those fights. It's like, what do you go for? What are you exactly looking for? It's been messy at times, and it's been physical at times as well, but both guys are still in there. And this could be a 3-round fight. This could be won and lost in this last 3 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for me, Dykes is edging it just purely because he looks like the fighter who's in control of the action. Even when it's messy, he's the one that's actually instigating that, and he's the one in control.
You know, you say it's a 4-3 fight, and that is a responsible scorecard. Something that I love about boxing is on the night, you can have a boxing match and you can have a fight, and they both be taking place at the same time. Whereas the boxing match here may be very close on the cards. It's Dykes that's winning the fight for me.
There you go. There you go, and that's exactly how we got it. I got Dykes 1 up, he could be 2 up. It's one of those, it's one of those fights, he could be 3 up because the rounds are that close. But if you're going to lean one way, at the moment, definitely Dykes. I think we're all in agreement that he's just got to keep his game together, and this is, again, it's like one of those close rounds, isn't it? It's like, what are you looking for? What are you going for?
Now, whether or not Dykes can not maintain now the action, but maybe in the 9th and 10th, step the action up. Switch one more
just
gear.
like he's doing now. He's just come in with a nice 4-punch combination and just lunged into it, but landed them.
And that's the thing, Priya, that catches the the judge's eyes. That you go, that's the thing that wins the round. Because you go, if you got a round where you're going to go, where you're going to split, you go, it's that acceleration of combinations. You look at that and you go, that's what wins the round. And that could be the difference in this fight.
If Dykes can create in the last 2 rounds the kind of pressure that he created in the first half of the fight, I don't think Doran will have an answer. It will just be overwhelming.
Lovely straight left hand through the middle again there from Harvey Dykes. And you're right, guys, I think he's doing enough in this round. He's taken the play away from Cruiserweight again. I thought Cruiserweight had a good last round. I thought this might be the turning point for him. He might try and build on that, but Dykes has gone straight back into the driving seat. He's taken the play away again in this round.
And he's done it without having to exert a ton of energy. He's also, in a way, taken the round off, which is why I'm looking for the last 2 rounds for him to switch the gears forward and really put this fight away.
Well, this is it. We're going to come down to the penultimate round, 9, and then we get the final round in 10, and you go, this could be a 2-round fight. This fight could be won and lost in this round. I'll tell you something as well, the referee's had to do his work here tonight as well. Hope he's getting well paid.
Surely. Referee seems irritated from the 2nd round on. Rightly so, because this has been a tough match and big, heavy men to push apart.
Yep, it has, and both guys now showing the war wounds on their faces. Both guys marked up. But credit to both teams, they're both in good shape. They've both been doing the rounds and getting through the rounds.
Yeah, we've got 6 minutes left. I've had quite enough of the glove touching. Now it is time for the chin cracking. I don't need any more sportsmanship for 6 more minutes. I want it all action and to see who's got the engine to finish.
Right, let's go for it. We've got 2 rounds left. I've got Harvey Dykes 2 rounds up with 2 to go. So for me, Cruiserweight at best may get the draw. If he gets the knockdown, he gets the win, but this fight really could be won and lost in these last 2 rounds. I don't know where you're at, Priya.
I'm still leaning towards Harvey Dykes at the moment. He was picking up the pace again.
How many rounds?
Oh, now you're
I'm putting you on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot
here. You put me on the spot.
Look, the Omen's gone 2 rounds. He's put his neck on the block. He's gone right. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
For a minute there, I thought the deal quit on his stool. Harvey's gotten so excited off of his own corner. That is the energy I love. He's ready to finish this fight with 6 minutes left to go.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Harvey Dykes was buzzing to get out of the corner. He was up on his feet, waving to the crowd. He's brought a good crowd here with him as well. There's some anxious-looking faces over in the corner of Dorian Cruiserweight. I'm looking at Martin Bowers and the team. They know this one's close. Good work again there from Dykes.
This is exactly what he needs in this round and the final round. If it gets that far, he needs to just keep landing those clean shots, stay on his toes, just like he was doing earlier on.
This is exactly what I wanted to see, and on top of that, Dykes is baiting Doran in now. He has convinced Doran that he's behind, and it's Doran that needs to press the action, so he's trying to set traps and get Doran caught up, trying to create action when on Harvey's terms.
Yep, Cruiserweight for me maybe just overthinking it a little bit too much, and he's giving that space, and that's where Harvey Dykes is at his most dangerous, because he's an elusive guy and he's a bag of tricks and he's unpredictable, all the things that you don't want, and he's a southpaw. You don't want any of that when you're boxing a heavyweight. And Cruiserweight hasn't used his physical attributes to his advantage. He's bigger, he's physically maybe stronger, and he's not applied the pressure enough.
I think Dykes is also playing to the crowd now with a bit of showboating there.
Yeah, that tells you he's enjoying the moment. He's in his comfort zone.
And he's demonstrating to the judges that he's in control. That's also a very savvy move. Even the glove touching that he initiates, it's like, I'm dominating here. I'm the general. I'm doing what I want to do, and this fight is going my way.
Yep, a little bit of kidology. They will both know that it's quite close in there, but Dykes doing that sort of stuff, like you say, is very, very effective. I'll tell you someone that used to do that, actually, Evander Holyfield. You know that he used to bounce up on his toes and whatnot. When rounds were close, they genuinely lend towards Evander Holyfield in a close round because he's the guy bopping up and down, and that's what catches that. It's the psychology behind it all, you know. And Dykes is that guy. He's clowning around, showboating, and you think, close round? Yeah, I think he's got it. You know, do you know what I mean?
That's one of the elements when we talk about ring IQ, and people are like, well, what do you mean? That factors in right there, and being very aware of all the elements that can turn a fight and every bit that can help you win it if it indeed does go to the cards.
He's had positive body language throughout this entire fight. He just for a split second put his hands behind his back there, but thought better of it as he's got the size of Krasmaru coming towards him. But, you know, last 10 seconds of round 9. And I think this has been mostly Harvey Dykes.
Yep, I totally agree with you. Very, very elusive still, and it's been a frustrating night for Krasmaru. Yeah. And for me, Dorian Dykes gets another round in the bank. Now, this is where we're at, guys. I think going into this 10th round and final round, I've got Harvey Dykes 3 up going into this. So if my scorecard is anything to go by, which is not, by the way, because it's not official, Krasmaru needs a knockout to win.
Now, with Harvey Dykes being ahead on your cards like that, you're in the corner. We've talked tirelessly about how he's taken advantage of Dorian's inability to begin the action and settle down into a rhythm. What are you telling him going into the final round, looking at that busted up face and knowing what's on the line?
Listen, for both fighters here, both corners are going to think this is close. No one really knows. They're both looking at you for, you know, advice. I'll get Martin Bowers looking over saying, what do you reckon? Because they want a second opinion. I'm getting the same in the corner with Don Charles. I know both guys very, very well. And they will know this is close. So, you know, this is down to the judges, down to the referee. We look at it and go, leave nothing in the tank. Throw it all in there. Roll the dice, man, because this is what it is. You've got to go for it, and that's what both guys have got to do here, because they will both be told, listen, son, don't blow this. And the only way you're going to do it is don't try and play safe. Go out there. Show real. Finish. KO. Get Radio Raheem on his feet.
That's right. Dykes, stay in his chest. Keep the pressure applying. Keep doing those little shots. Take every advantage.
Oh, massive uppercut there. Massive uppercut, and he's in trouble here, Dykes. That was a big, big shot. It travelled 6 inches. And again, he's landed the same shot.
What you don't want to give Dorian a chance to
do found his rhythm now.
Is a Wardley against Hooney. That's what you run the risk of right now. I think Dykes is ahead on the cards. He's got to stay switched on and finish in these last 2 minutes.
I tell you what, it's going to be a tough finish for him, this one, because he's under an immense amount of pressure. Krasmaru knows he needs something big. He's landed a big right hand again there, and it's Dykes is the one that wants to hold on here. The referee again jumping in, doing his work, but it's all Krasmaru in this last round. Leads up for the uppercut, just misses there.
It's the first time I've seen Harvey Dykes look like he's struggling, and he's just walked into 2 very clean shots from Krasmaru.
Yep, the head's gone. He's just not thinking straight right now. He's not going in there. He's making those fundamental mistakes as you get tired. And I say, the physicalities leave you. It becomes a psychological game. You've got to stay switched on, and his game seems to have gone there.
65 seconds to bite down on your gum shield, Dykes, and eke out this win in this final round. I think he'd still be ahead on the cards. It's not time to wait on the action. Stay in Dorian's chest. Continue to fight. You've only got a minute left, mate, and I think this fight might be yours.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that if Dykes can see the final bell, I don't know where you are, Priya, but I think he wins the fight. But what an effort it's been, if it goes that way, by Krasmaru.
I think he wins the fight, but look at those punches. His legs are starting to go again.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling the pace here. The legs are definitely unsteady. Krasmaru has sensed that, bleeding heavily from the mouth now as well, Dykes. He's taken a lot of punishment. I'll tell you what, though, guys, he's shown a lot of character. Big right hand through the middle there as well forced to hold. Worrying times here, only 20 seconds left on the clock. Martin Bowers and the team up on the ropes, up in the corner.
Dykes has got to stay switched on for just 10 more seconds.
He's got to survive this for 10 seconds, but
nice.
Nice.
Oh, big right. Still not over. They're banging away for the last 5 seconds. Fight on the line. What a show.
Yeah, what a show, what a contest, and what a finish from the two big men. Dorian Cruiserweight, Harvey Dykes, who's got it? Whose O is gonna go? Well, I see it as a 2-round advantage in favor of Harvey Dykes.
That was absolutely sensational and exactly what the crowd came here to see.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see.
You're looking at the corner of Dykes attending to his bruises, his little cuts. Those are going to feel a lot better tomorrow if he's getting his hand raised in the next minute or so. Those icings and that bit of healing, it takes a different tone when you want to fight like this.
Yep, totally agree with that.
Both fighters with their hands raised, believing they've done enough to win. It'll be down to the referee now, and the judging is really what hangs in the balance. I'm like you, Spence. I've got Dykes edging this thing, but there are no guarantees. The judge could definitely see it the other way.
No, it was a very difficult fight to score. Both guys were having their successes. I lean just towards Dykes. Cruiserweight put up a great contest, brilliant finish as well. And here we go. Let's get the final decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Bates scores this bout 93 to 93. This bout is a draw.
Crowd definitely not happy with that, Spence.
Well, yeah, I told you there was a lot of rounds there, subjective scoring. What do you go for? What do you like? And you can, so that's how you get the balance like that. So the referee there, undecided. We thought I had Harvey Dykes 2 rounds up, but it was one of those contests that is difficult to score. So you sort of see it, although we felt that Dykes was winning the rounds as we, or winning the fight maybe. Maybe not winning the rounds, but winning the fight, if that makes any sense. You just know if there was going to be a winner, it was Dykes. And the draw, you can sort of see how that happens.
Well, he was winning the fight. That's the comment I made earlier in maybe the middle rounds. And I thought he won the boxing match as well. I don't see a draw. And I say that with the admission I would like the judge could see it entirely the other way, but it's the wrong way, I believe, to judge this fight.
Don't get me wrong. Harvey Dykes, for me, won the fight. I had him winning the fight by 2 rounds. So when I say, oh, you can see the draw, what I'm saying is, if you go one of those swing rounds, the referee's gone the other way, in the close rounds that we're talking about, all of a sudden now, that gap's closened. And so you can see the way that he got to the draw, even though I didn't think he got the draw. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could see how the judge might have even scored it the other way completely. And with that said, it's because the way the judging would have gone, I would think, is by inaccurate criteria. I like the pressure being applied by Harvey. I thought the success offensively was enough to win those rounds and the fight. A draw is not a crime for anybody, but it certainly will be a disappointment for Dykes moving forward. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow.
As a heavyweight, they're big guys. But if he could have found his range better, he might have nicked it. At times, Harvey was landing some clean shots. I think later in the fight, Harvey started landing a nice backhand every single time. He must have landed about 4 or 5 in a row, and then he'd go on to hold Dorian. And the mistake that Dorian made was he'd get frustrated at Harvey holding instead of punching in the clinch. So it was a good fight. A draw's probably fair. It was hard to score. It was really scrappy. It was hard to score. Dorian was trying to work. Harvey wasn't letting him, but Harvey was letting his work off and not allowing Dorian to work. But when Dorian landed his shots, it was good work too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that the only way Harvey could have got the result that he got, and the only way he really wanted to go for that win, was to make it as scrappy as it was. Obviously, Dorian is known for that knockout power. 3 out of 5 of his wins have come by KO. We saw him out here in June against Gideon Ansui, who's an amateur superstar, and he laid a number on Gideon. It was very early on in the fight, and he had him on the canvas. So I think that Harvey Dykes probably knew that coming into this fight and thought, let me make it scrappy, let me tear it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good game plan, not getting hit, not allowing Doran to get the full range of his shots and being in close. But I think he needed to be less scrappy to convincingly take the victory. He was going in a lot with his head, you know, just making it, spoiling the work, giving the referee a hard job to do. And when the ref's scoring the fight and he's got to also ref the fight and it's scrappy like that, I guess it's hard for him to score. So the only thing is to score the rounds where he thinks whoever's trying to fight and making it cleaner, score it for them. But at times, Harvey done some good work, and I can't take that away from him. I was obviously Team Doran because he's from my gym, screaming him on, hence my voice has gone a little.
Yes, no, I saw you there, very excited.
But yeah, it gets intense, but Doran, he was just not being, he was getting too frustrated.
Yeah.
But it's a hard fight to score when you're being that scrappy, you're coming in, you're holding, and you're not letting your work flow.
Yes.
So I don't blame the ref for scoring it a draw, but listen, hopefully we can see it again and this time get the Southern area in the line. I think both boys deserve it.
I heard you shouting for a rematch. You know, it'll be an interesting one, definitely, to see again. I do wonder if Doran would... Thank you for that, little man. Apparently it was useless. I don't think he wants to see the rematch, but we do. But anyway, next up we have a debut fight coming up. Nathan... Barrett.
My gym mate again.
Yes. Oh, you got a lot of gym mates here.
I know, man. My voice is going to go by the time I leave this place.
Well, listen. Stay tuned, guys, for Nathan's debut. Over to Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Nathan Darby.
Incredible how you can see right through me. When you hear a sound that you just can't place, feel something move that you just can't trace, there's something sits in your head.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, Nathan Barrett.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need, want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights. All of the lights. Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need, want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's taken exactly where we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Nutravita. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Des Reese. Your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci. And your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he is wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 10 stones, 12 pounds and 5 ounces. He is a veteran of 33 fights, hailing from Rotherham, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Nathan, the Invisible Man Darby. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and blue. His official weight of 11 stones, 5 pounds and 5 ounces. And tonight, he is making his professional debut. Hailing from Windsor, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Nathan Barrett.
Gentlemen, let's keep it clean, let's keep it professional.
Nathan Barrett makes his debut here at the York Hall. And as you can hear, as you can see, he's brought a huge legion of fans with him. A traveller, and he's sold over 300 tickets for his debut. Great amateur pedigree. This kid can fight. He's in against the durable Nathan Darby, who out of his 33 contests has only ever been stopped once and only won 2.
They call him the Invisible Man. It'll be interesting to see if on his debut, Nathan Barrett will be able to find him.
Well, yep, I think we can already see why they call him the Invisible Man. He's on his bike.
I mean, he's there to test the skills of Barrett, you know, on his debut. Like you said, he's come from a strong amateur pedigree. You know, he's European silver medalist, 5 times national champion, which is no easy feat. He's a skilled operator, but, you know, Darby's job is to make this difficult for him.
Yep. Martin Bowers, who trains Nathan Barrett, says that this kid is the real deal. There's high praise of him. He's got a nice composed look around him, hasn't he? Only young, but he holds himself very well.
He looks comfortable in the ring, you know, as his professional debut. He looks really comfortable in there. He's made an assertive start. He's landed a nice couple of rear hands to the body of Darby.
What I notice about Darby is that he actually moves well. His defensive positioning's not bad, but his offense is non-existent. The way he's poking those punches out, I'm shocked he's a professional. It's an odd way to try to get leverage on a punch.
Yep, he's one of those guys that's very elusive, hence the name, the Invisible Man. But the offense is pretty non-existent, but that was a lovely short right hand there from Barrett, who delivered the shot really well. Solid shot to the body as well. Looks like he's got a little bit of zip in his shots here, Barrett.
Barrett's doing a good job of cutting the ring off as well and stalking his opponent.
He's just taken a couple there from Darby. Just slightly snapped his head back, but you know, he's coming back, he's staying composed.
Yeah. I mean, even that left, you'll say he snapped his head back, but it was a pawing shot. These are awkwardly thrown punches.
Yep, he's switching stances, he throws them, so he's not really getting any power in them, but I think that shot's more out of desperation than throwing to hit the target. You look at that and he trips over his sort of feet, because let's have it right here. Nathan Darby's in survival mode already in this first round. I think the hitman, Nathan Barrett, is doing a good job here, just stalking forward and making Darby work when he doesn't want to work. He's controlling the space here with his feet. It's a big composed look around Nathan Barrett here. I like what I see.
Yeah. I believe you also called it from the Invisible Man right there at the beginning. It's about his footwork and staying out of harm's way. He is light-footed, but I think, from what I've seen in the first round, that Nathan might just be able to get to him inside of 4. And I don't see a knockout coming, but I do see some big shots and some sharp, crisp punching coming from Nathan Barrett.
Well, here's the thing, see, from Nathan Darby, it's all about survival. That's the moral victory here, because he gets to fight again. He's got a couple of fights lined up. He's got one on the 27th of this month. He's also got one on the 10th of October. So, like, he wants to stay
active.
Active, yeah. I mean, that's exactly where he needs to be. He's in this one tonight on the 27th, and he's got one lined up, ready to go again. So he needs to stay clean. He can't afford to get cut. That's the way that they earn their living. And I think for Nathan Barrett, it's all about trying to make a statement. Let's pick a guy that never gets stopped. Actually, he's been stopped once in his whole career. He's been in with a lot of prospects, and if we can stop him, statement made.
And I think if he does make that statement, he'll do it in style.
I would venture a guess, Spence, and I don't know, that all of those fights have been 4-rounders. I feel like he's got a formula for 4 rounds, and then inside of that time, his opponent may not realize that his punches don't hurt, and by the time you find him, the fight's over.
Yeah, well, you absolutely nailed that, Radio, because most of them have been over 4 rounds, and he has ventured out to 6 a couple of times, and guess what? He survived all those as well, so he's going to be a tricky guy to get out of there, because when they're elusive like that and they're not sitting still, they're difficult to pin down and difficult to get any shots off with. 4 rounds to do that is hard, because you've got to look to slowly break and chip away at your opponent. Barrett's doing the right thing here. He's stalking forward, he's cutting off the ring, but it's going to be a frustrating night for him.
Like you said, he doesn't have the time, the luxury of like 8-10 rounds to actually systematically break his opponent down. He needs to get to work and start landing those shots almost immediately.
I don't even mind starting a career on a fighter with a frustrating opponent. Not just give him a tomato can of somebody to knock over, but make him think, make him work on things and work towards a knockout.
I'm totally with you on that, Radio. I think that it's much more beneficial. He's in with a kid here who's got a lot of experience, and he's going to learn from this. He's going to look back on his career and go, I took so much from that. You come in, you blow someone away in a round, yeah, it's great, everyone leaves happy, whoa, that's amazing. We actually haven't even found out anything about yourself, and you don't know what it's like in a pro ring, so this is good work there, lovely shot there from Nathan. Little body shot that went in, that was good work right underneath the elbows. Darby took that shot well. But yeah, I like this as a cold, calculated look around Nathan Barrett. I like what I'm seeing.
In the end, Nathan Barrett is having his opportunities. You're right, he's cutting the ring off well, but he could, I think, take better advantage when he does find Barrett when he does find Darby, to execute combination punches and not just touch him on the jab.
Well, do you know what it is, though, with debuts? And we talked about this earlier on in the program. I go, like, with the debuts, he sold 300 tickets here, high expectations, good amateur turning pro, brilliant words coming from the gym, the rumours are circulating around the gym. It's the emotional pressure that these young kids have got to deal with that takes away from the performance, because they feel like they've got to deliver, maybe over-try sometimes, and you don't see the best of them. But what I'm seeing here is a nice look. We saw him there, he slipped the shot, tried to come back, but yeah, Darby was not there to be hit, he'd gone in there, but the move was there is what I'm saying. There's things to work on, and I like that.
When Barrett is having success, he's accepting one punch, and that's enough. He needs to follow that shot up, get 2s and 3s, even if they don't land, which I think will come if he's continuing to touch Darby. Then he will accumulate some punches and be able to find his opponent more easy. One shot here is not really enough to get it done.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, and I think that's what we need to see now. We know we're going into the last round here, and we just want to see him really third round, really putting his foot on the gas now, turning the screw. Let's see a little something. You've got your couple of rounds under your belt. Nerves are now gone. You know, the endorphins are now taking over. The adrenaline's pumping. Let's turn that nervous energy into positive energy. And let's see what happens here in the second half of the contest.
It would be nice if he can add one more tool to the arsenal or make an adjustment that gives him a little bit more offensive success.
Well, I think the kid's got the ability to do that. I really do. I think that when you look at him, you know straight away. You go, look, the kid sort of holds himself really, really well. He's got a good shot selection. He's thinking in there. He's showing good composure, good maturity for a young man making his debut. Now we want to see him putting the shots together. If we see that, you've ticked all the boxes. But to be, sorry, Prayer, what I was going to say was, but to be fair to Barrett, they haven't chosen an easy opponent to look good against. When they go, so you get a guy called the Invisible Man that's only won 2 out of, 33 contests or whatever he's had, you go, you're in for a tough night.
Exactly, and he's got an awkward stance. He's a tricky lad, he's slippery. And, to put those combinations together, it's difficult when the person's not in front of you anymore.
A little tussling there on the inside. The Invisible Man is at least tangible.
But it would be good if Barrett can find his range and put his punches together. It will really showcase the skills that he's got and make a statement on his debut.
Look, if I'm going to be hypercritical, I think that's what's missing from Barrett. He turned there, he slipped ahead, turned ahead and got away from the shots. But if I'm going to be hypercritical, maybe just throwing the single shots and the 1-2s. I get it that it's difficult to get off with more than 2 shots when your opponent's moving, but trap him in the corner, pin him down and let the combinations, just relax your punches, let the combinations flow. Like I say, I think he looks like he's got the ability to be able to do that. Whether he can execute it tonight is a different matter.
When Barrett has found Darby in the corner, he hesitates looking for the perfect shot. He needs to just keep touching him and keep him on the end of those gloves, and the perfect shot will come.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Radio, because, he just needs to take a few more risks just to, really solidify his statement into the professional ranks. He's completely capable of doing it.
He's in with a very tough guy, a guy that they would call the backbone of British boxing. They call them journeymen. They turn up to give these young fighters all the experience, help them develop and turn into the champions of tomorrow. But they have to overcome these frustrating nights. And I mean, without the Nathan Darbys of the world, this game would not exist.
Yeah, you see, Spence, that Barrett is now fighting in a little bit of rhythm. He is enjoying himself in there.
Just walked into a jab there as he came forward with his relaxed guard. He needs to be a bit careful.
I like that, though, because there's absolutely nothing on that jab. It's like a fly landing on your nose. Just keep working. Find your offense and force me to be proven wrong. Let's make Darby land something that you can feel.
I'm going to use that one. I've never heard that one, but I love it. Like a fly landing on your nose. Brilliant. Only Radio Raheem.
I learned from the best, Spence. I got to have my own iconic tagline.
Absolutely, man. You know that I've got a few in the locker.
Yeah, put that one in the book for me.
Oh, it's there, baby. It's there. Yeah, we've had a brilliant night of action here at the York Hall Bethnal Green, and there's still some brilliant fights to come. Top of the bill, Arnie Dawson versus Marley Mason over 10 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Make sure you guys stay tuned from that. But now, in the ring, making his debut, Nathan Barrett against Nathan Darby, the experienced man, the Invisible Man from Rotherham in Yorkshire. Only ever been stopped once, and I'll tell you something, guys, I don't think he's getting stopped tonight either.
He's not getting stopped tonight, but to Nathan Barrett's credit, he has slowed Darby's feet a bit. There's more engagement now. We're in the 4th round. We're getting some more action. I take that as a win for Barrett, that he at least has found the Invisible Man and made him fight.
He's cutting the ring off well, is Barrett. Good body shot went in, he felt that twice. Don't worry about the waistline, let the referee do his job.
He lands those body shots those bolo shots to the body. You can see the coaches in the corner telling him to come over with a lead hook to the head as well.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what we're wanting to see from him.
Yeah, let's try and build on that. Single shots like we're talking about. We go with this. What comes after that? What comes after the right hook to the body? What the left hook to the head, followed by the straight right hand through the middle. That's how we go. We got to build, start building blocks. You know, you start at the bottom, the foundations are built, and then we start working our way through. And that's what you got to do as a fighter. You got to slowly chip away and use the engine right. You know, it's like, that's the way, that's how you learn, but you only get that through experience, and this has not been a bad debut.
I like what I've seen from Barrett. He's progressed through the rounds. These are the most engaging minutes that we've seen here in the 4th round, and as it should be. He, in each round, made improvements, got closer, did a little bit more, and even though this won't be a highlight reel, it will be a learnable and teachable moment.
Yep, I totally agree with that. It'll be a night for sure that Nathan Barrett remembers, and one that Nathan Darby will probably want to forget. But lovely right hand there from Barrett again. But this is where the single shots here. I want him to throw 4, hoping that he lands one, as opposed to throwing one and missing. And that's pretty much where he's at here.
Under a minute to go. It'd be nice to see Barrett land maybe one big clean shot to punctuate his debut. He's looking for it, and I think he might just find it. There's 30 seconds to get that nice highlight reel off.
Yep. Just to keep Radio Raheem happy. Come on, where is it?
What else are we here for?
Guess what, Radio? I don't think we're going to get it. We're on the countdown, 20 seconds to go. I think that both guys have accepted. We may hear the final bell here.
Land that big one in the last 10 seconds.
Get us out of our chairs, mate.
Radio, you're winning the fans over, mate. We've even got She's going.
He went for it. There's a little screw shot there for you, Spence. This is all I'm asking for.
There you go. 4 entertaining rounds. It'll be a night that Nathan Barrett certainly remembers. And Nathan Darby come and done what he set out to do, and that was last the distance. Frustrate Barrett in many, many ways. But I enjoyed that performance, and looking forward to following the career of young Nathan Barrett, who certainly has bags of potential. But guys, can we salute, take our hats off to the ever reliable Nathan Darby for putting in another great performance.
Right, so here's my theory on why Lucas Rorick wins inside the distance. He's got a guy that's 118, lost 9. There's 118, there's 114 of them inside the distance. Which means he comes to win, and he comes to fight. Which means he's going to be in the pocket, and he'll be able to...
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Bernard Oyette scores the bout 40-36. And your winner, Nathan Barrett. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the Cruiserweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Vladimir Belutsky.
Yo, get it twisted. This rap shit is mine, motherfucker. Fucking game. Fuck what you heard. It's what you hearing. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. X gon' give it to you. Fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you. Knock, knock, open up the door, it's real. With the non-stop pop out from stainless steel. Go hard getting busy with it. But I got such a good heart that I make the motherfucker wonder if you get it. Damn right, can I do it again? Cause I am nice, so I got to win.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Lucas Roaring.
The man a joke boys. The man a joke boys.
See Rocco, you play too much.
The man a joke boys. Sitting looking for me. We them dope boys. Bricks and getting money. We two bricks, get them in and get them off. Niggas so fly that we be taking off. Bad bitch with my swag, and she gon' take it off. She gon' do it for the kid. Yeah, she know the kid a boss. Yeah, she know the kid a boss. She gon' do it for the kid. She know the kid a boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the Cruiserweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Nutravita. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Des Reese, your timekeeper at the bell, and Marie Randall, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the red with gray trim. His official weight of 14 stones, 11 pounds and 7 ounces. He has a record of 28 fights, 9 losses, 1 draw, 18 wins, and 4 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Kežmarok, Slovakia, introducing Vladimir Big Bad Vlad Belutsky. And his opponents across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the black and red. His official weight of 14 stones, 11 pounds and 7 ounces. He is currently undefeated with 5 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from London, England, United Kingdom, introducing Lucas Lights Out Roaring!
Gentlemen, 6-round contest. Keep it clean, stay professional at all times, and protect yourself at all times. Shake hands, good luck to both.
There's the referee with his final instructions. 6 rounds in the Cruiserweight division. Lucas Roaring looking to extend his unbeaten record against the very tough Vladimir Belutsky.
Round 1.
Although he's got 9 losses on his record, 14 of his 18 wins have come inside the distance. So a good step up here for Roaring.
Lucas has, well, we've had our share of Jordans throughout the 2 days of cards here. And we've got a Lucas with lights out on his trunks. And another nod to an iconic Hall of Fame legend in James Toney. We'll see if he can live up to that moniker tonight.
Well, I can say I was there on his debut when he won that at the Harrow Leisure Centre, and he beat Joe McIntyre, who was a former English champion. I thought he'd bitten off too much to chew, if I'm totally honest. You look at that and you go, that's ambitious. That was back in December 2024, and he went out there and he absolutely iced him. He took him apart. Shot selection was brilliant. George Groves, who's on the corner of Rowerig, who looks after him, talks so highly about him, and I tell you what, this kid can fight. This could be a big part of the future of British boxing.
The first thing that's caught my eye is the speed. I mean, lights out. He might be punching fast enough to turn the lights out and get in bed before it's dark. You'll remember that adage from Muhammad Ali.
Oh, wait, mate, I'm the man that's meant to do the lines. What's going on here? No, it's a good one.
My bad. It is fascinating to watch fighters at this level come up. And as we've said earlier in the show, this really is where champions are made and where you see a lot of prospects for this first time on their road to becoming names that you know in the household. I don't know that this is what we're seeing right now, but it absolutely can be and has the markings of a future star.
Yep, and Pereira, I think that Beluski has been brought over and put in front of Rowerig to give him those rounds, to give him those tests.
And to actually test Rowerig's defence, he's got a high knockout rate relative to his record, and that will test Rowerig's defensive skills. However, Lucas Rowerig wants the hard fights. He wants to be tested, and he wants to develop his craft. He's looking to championship level, and he's not going to get that by getting easy fights.
Yep. He's had some ambitious matchups already in his short 5-fight career, and he's looking to go 6-0 here. And can he add another knockout to that record? Beluski is known to be durable normally, but he's been put on the back foot here, Radio, and under a lot of pressure.
Well, you're right, and Lucas is in tough for a 6th fight. I mean, you're looking at a guy with 14 knockouts out of his 18 wins. He's come in to challenge himself, Lucas has, and this is not going to be an easy opponent in any regard, while at the moment he's making it look easy, which is what makes me think we might be looking at a star.
Yep, drilled the right hand in for good measure there just before the bell. Lucas Rowerig, dominant start, took control of the centre of the ring, worked well and patiently behind the jab, started finding the range with the right hand as well, and especially effective Priya to the body with those shots. He was slamming those shots in, and Beluski didn't like that.
He didn't. Lucas Rowerig was whipping those shots into the body. He had a good punch selection. He was intelligent with where he was placing the punches, his ring positioning. I think that was a fantastic opening round for him against who is actually a really, really tough opponent.
And leading shots to the body, as we've mentioned before, is a difficult punch to land, and it is a disrespectful punch to attempt, and he's having success with it often and early.
Yep, in Radio Raheem's book, it's a cheeky shot to throw, but you only throw that if you're good enough to throw it.
That's
and Lucas Rowerig is cut from that cloth.
Round 2.
I've said it from the beginning, this kid has star quality about him, and I think we're going to see that as his career unfolds.
And Vladimir is a big puncher. Part of the reason that that's a cheeky shot to throw, because you're open for the counter. And to do that with a knockout puncher is crazy.
He just landed that left hook to the body there. He drilled that shot in, and you see the flesh on his back actually shaking. That was a solid punch.
Well, you can see when Rowerig actually throws his shots, he really rotates into every single one of them. He throws them with intention. He turns his back foot, and that's what's giving him the power in that rear hand and setting him up to throw the lead hook to the body equally hard.
Already here in the second round, you see Lucas starting to put his shots together. No more is it one shot, even to the body. It's 2 or 3, and they're all landing.
Yep, solid shots, but Beluski, as we expected, he's very durable, very tough, because the shots are just bouncing off his head and his body, and they are being thrown with some venom.
But this Vladimir waiting now. I think he's given up even trying to be elusive and make Lucas miss. He's looking for an opportunity to counter, and he might get busted up all night waiting.
Yep, well, Lucas will do things in his time. He's working well, he's chipping away, just trying to create the opening, set a few chaps. There was a big right hand there. Beluski was a little bit reckless jumping in, led with that backhand, which you talk about as being cheeky, and he got made to pay. Straight right hand through the middle, and here we go, lights out. He's just starting to turn it up a little bit here.
Right, Beluski walked onto a shot there, and it was all that he could handle. In fact, I think that lead hand being out front for him is a rangefinder, and he got frustrated waiting and just tried to walk in without his defenses up and got all that he wanted.
He got nailed, mate. That was what you put it. He got nailed. There, the right hand again, and Beluski now covering up, shaking his head, saying he's all right with Freya, sorry. We know that when a fighter does that, they're not all right.
They certainly aren't. He's just, clipped Lucas as he was moving backwards, so it didn't quite land fully. But, Rohig needs to be a bit careful because, with the relaxed guard and he's in range with a heavy puncher, he does need to be careful. But he's picking his opponent off really well. Just like behind this jab, he's just landed 3 jabs there, nice and clean.
Yeah, they're painful shots as well. He's throwing that jab not as a rangefinder, he's throwing it as a weapon, and that really does hurt. It breaks you down, and we see that the man Beluski, who's normally on the front foot, is dancing around the ring at the moment like Muhammad Ali. He's trying to stay out of trouble, and I don't know that footwork is going to be good enough to keep him out of trouble, because Rohig, for me, is slowly chipping away here. We got a tough guy in front of him in Vladimir Beluski. As we said there, 14 of his 18 inside the distance. We know he comes to win. We know he comes to fight, and he's physically very strong. And Rohig has dominated so far.
And he's in there against a fighter that's looking near complete. I'm not really seeing any holes in Lucas's game, and it has to be said again that he's in there against a knockout puncher, and he has all the confidence that he's fast enough to elude the counter shot and is crafty enough to land combination punches without being hit. And so far, he's been right.
He's certainly been successful with that lead hook to the body. You saw at the end of that last round that Beluski's elbows were starting to drop. He felt those body shots. It'll be interesting to see how much it slows him down in the next couple of rounds.
Now to have a name like Lights Out, you're going to need to have a heavy shot, something to put your opponent down with one punch. That is yet to be seen. If I'd say if there's anything incomplete about the fight, and there's plenty of time for that to materialize, it's that. I've not seen the heavy-handedness that might be a one-punch knockout artist.
Yep, well, big bad Vlad is going to have to keep himself out of trouble here.
Just wonder if I've just seen a bit of bruising under the left eye of Lucas Rohig.
There again, that's the shot there. That's the one that's breaking you down. That's the one that just like, them shots are painful. Those left-hand leads that you drill into the face as Rohig really loads up with all the shots.
I mean, an accumulation of punches is how you get the best type of knockouts, because it creates the most poorest opportunities in a fighter's defense. Maybe that's what Lucas is working towards, because everything he's throwing really is finding a home. And later in this fight, he just might get that single punch knockout, but it won't be because of the power, it'll be because of the progress that he made throughout the fight.
Yep, accumulation of punches are going to slowly break this guy down. If they do, Beluski looks physically very strong. He's short, he's squat, he takes a good punch. Difficult guy to get rid of.
Definitely, and just gotta, what Lucas Rohig needs to focus on is just making sure that he boxes well, he stays behind his jab. Going for the knockout would be amazing for him in this fight, but I think he does need to operate and just be a bit sensible with it and not get demoralized that he hasn't managed to get him out of there yet.
That crisp triple jab and now work to the body lets me know that I'm dealing with a guy that the amount of fights he's had isn't really indicative of the amount of seasoning and ring IQ that he possesses. He's fighting like a seasoned fighter.
Absolutely. George Groves works meticulously with him in the gym day to day. He's like a father figure to him. He looks after him. He chooses the right fights, chooses the right sparring partners. You got to remember, when you've been there, seen it, done it, that's such an advantage, man. And George has been there at the highest level, so he knows what it takes to get you there. And here we go, Rohig turning it up. Good response from Beluski, but Beluski's trolling roll the dice, but in doing that, I think he's going to get himself knocked spark out here.
That is my favorite, when you just turn the gear up with no warning. Let you know now that this is an explosive fighter. That is the kind of activity that could get you a name like Lights Out.
Just see George Groves just a few seconds earlier just telling him to just back up and get back behind his jab, and great advice there as well, because that's exactly where Roig's most successful.
Yep, he turned it up there, he pulled on the pressure. George Groves has that experience. He's recognised that Beluski's not ready to go yet. You've hit him with some big shots, you've given him everything. Go back there again, start chipping away again. Take a little bit more of that soul, because there's still a little left in his body, you know, and before you mount that final attack, that final combinations of punches, body shots, head shots, uppercuts, right hands, I can visualise it now, but before that happens, you got to earn it, you got to chip away at it. Jules recognised, whoa, Lucas, slow down, son. Yeah. Don't blow a gasket. Don't go and blow a gasket. We've still got half the fight to go.
Again, that is savviness from Lucas, more than his record would suggest in the 5 fights he's had. Settling down, not getting excited just because you had that amount of explosive success, not going over the top with it and punching yourself out. Okay, it's not time yet. I'll go back to breaking him down. I'll go back to putting money in the bank, and I'll withdraw that money in a little bit more time, maybe 3, maybe 6 minutes, and he'll be ready to go.
Well, let's see if Vladimir Beluski is ready to go in this round. The odds would say he's not. Pray out.
Well, I think Lucas Roig's shown real discipline and intelligence with how he he did roll the dice on it in the previous round. It didn't quite work, so he's gone back to his jab, he's gone back to boxing, he's listened to his corner, and that to me is the mark of somebody who will actually do really well in this sport.
Yep, that's what it's all about. Listening, learning all the time. We're all doing that, that's for sure.
Well, I believe it's Vladimir who's in class tonight.
Big uppercut on the inside there again. He took a gamble there though, Roig. His chin just got lifted up there. He led with a back right hand uppercut to the head, which is a dangerous shot to throw, because your head comes up, you do leave yourself open. He got away with it, but took a little chance, and there you go, loading up again with right hands. I'll tell you what, he felt that one. Beluski definitely felt that one. The legs just done a little funny dance.
And that was all set up with a stabbing right hand to the body by Lucas.
You can see Beluski struggling now, you know, he's sort of losing his composure and starting to look tired, and Roig's just coming into his own.
Yeah. I've just seen in Beluski a give. I've seen in Beluski that, there you have it. He's now resigned that he's just overmatched tonight, and maybe he goes into survival mode, or maybe he gets broken down, and this is one of those rare occasions on which he touches canvas.
Yep, do you know what? I think he gets knocked out trying, because he's a proud man, and he's standing there. He took some big shots, a massive uppercut went in just moments ago, and he tried to throw a shot with him, but it was a laboured shot, a lazy shot, and I think if you're sitting in the pocket and getting a little too greedy, you're going to get knocked out. And I think that Lucas Roig has the capability to take you out with any shot from any angle.
Spence, Beluski will continue to try, but he has stopped believing, and there is a difference.
Oh yeah, I agree, but when he tries is when he gets knocked out, is what I'm saying, because that opportunity does create an opportunity for Roig as well.
And that is the mental breakdown that is so difficult for a fighter. When you try is when you get knocked out. Imagine that being the dynamic that you're facing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we said. When you look at the record of Beluski, pray out, and you look at this, and you go, he's got 18 wins, 14 knockouts. You know he's going to come and try.
And exactly, and he does come over with that rear hand, and he's catching the chin and the side of the face of Lucas Roig because his lead hand's so relaxed. I think that was a good round for Roig. It tested him a bit, but I think he managed it well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Beluski showed a little bit of character in there, didn't he? He stuck in there, he took some big punches to the head, the right hand stabbing shot, As our man on my left there, Radio Raheem would call it, the stabbing right hand to the body. That was working as well. And you go, oh, Beluski's out.
There it is.
Beluski is out. He's done. He's had enough. You can sort of see that he was getting broken down. Maybe not the finish that Rohrig wanted, but still, Freya, he got it inside the distance.
And do you know what? I think his corner made the right decision there. What is the point in taking any more punishment, you know, from someone like Lucas Rohrig, who's got some stinging punches? I think the corner made the right decision. Like we always say, it is the welfare of the boxer that, you know, is the most important thing.
Right, well, let's do it. Let's do it. How far can this kid go? We're talking British, Commonwealth, European. Can he reach world heights?
2 points. I'm not sure it's the corner's decision. They might have just covered their man, because when he stopped believing and realized that when he tried, the knockout was coming, that's when he quit on the stool. There was no place for him to go. That, I would say, Spence, is maybe a more satisfying stoppage than knocking a man out with 1 punch. That really is lights out, and he got his opponent to be the one to turn him off.
Yep, I like that, and I like that a lot, my friend. I think that you broke that down very, very well. When we're talking about stealing a soul or the soul leaving the body, he's certainly done that, Lucas. And I think, I asked you the question, I'm going to put my neck on the line, I think this kid goes all the way.
We thought from the very opening bell we were looking at a star, and indeed we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee Bernard Oriet accepts the retirement of the red corner at the end of round number 4. Therefore, your winner and still undefeated, Lucas Lights Out Rohrig!
But if they stick the main event in right away.
Lucas, congratulations on that performance. That was so dominant, so strong. Tell me your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I thought it was a clean performance. Hardly got hit at all, and it's just really good to be back. You know, even though it's only been like 2-3 months, it's felt like a long time, especially when you're fighting so regularly. So, thank you to all my fans that come out, heard you all, and appreciate all the love.
Listen, your opponent, Big Bad Vlad, he was no walkover. This was touted as a real step up, a real challenge for you. Ben Whittaker stopped him in 8. Karol Etalma stopped him in 8. You stopped him in 4. Where does that put you up in the sport?
You know, it's me and George, we're progressing, you know, really at the right level, what we want to be doing. Hopefully going to be 8-0 before the end of the year. And then next year, we're going to be gunning for titles. You know, any other prospects, any undefeated prospects, you know, out there in the top 10, you know, that's what we're gunning for.
Your is probably your most amazing weapon. It just cannot miss. What were some of the things that George was telling you in the corner as the rounds progressed and the shots were varying?
Yeah, well, before coming into the fight, that's what George said. The jab's going to be the most important punch of this fight. You know, he doesn't move his head very much, Vlad. You know, he's quite a static target. And for me, you know, it's like that saying, the right hand would take you, you know, to a championship, where the jab will take you around the world. So that's what we're working on, and that's what we're showing on in the ring.
Yeah, man. For me, I think you're one of my favorite prospects. You're being, you know, picked to do big things in the sport. How does that pressure feel? How does it feel? Like, are you enjoying it? You feel like there's a lot going on? Like, how are you handling that pressure?
I love the pressure. You know, I've got a good team around me. I've got good people around me. You know, the pressure's what we live for. You know, I've got my family. I've got all my friends from way back in the day. You know, the pressure builds us, and it's something, you know, as you know yourself as a champion, that's what you thrive on, and that's what
100%.
keeps you going.
100%.
You've been super active this year. This is your 5th fight of the year. How important is it for you to stay active, keep that momentum going?
Very important. You know, we got Mr. Silent here. We're going to be fighting in November again on the Wasserman show, and then hopefully once more before the end of the year, get us to 8-0. So activity is key, and that's what we're going to keep on doing.
So 2026 is going to be a big year. What do you see on the horizon for yourself?
Titles, you know, English titles, Southern Area title, working all the way up to British title, and yeah, that's the goals.
Listen, you're so exciting. Every time you come onto one of our shows, we're all so happy to have you here. That was an amazing performance. We can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Good work, champ.
I mean, one of your favorite prospects, one of my favorite prospects. There's just something about this kid, right? Like every time he steps into the ring, he just holds that space so effectively. And that jab is something I've never, like, it's very rare I see a jab that good.
Yeah, he's very dominant in the ring. He holds that centre well. He's got a good jab, I like to call it a shotgun jab. He just pops it out, boom, he's powerful. Probably.
And so rangy as well.
Yeah, it's rangy as well.
Yeah.
That's probably his best shot. It's probably heavier than his right hand.
Yeah.
He's a good prospect, and I like the fact that he mentioned going for the Southern Area English and going the traditional route. A lot of prospects like to try and skip that route because it's probably easier to just go international. So he wants to fight the prospects coming out of this country, and he wants to put himself as the best prospect cruiserweight in this country, yeah? And I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's going to be influenced by the fact that he's got George Groves in his corner, you know, someone who is a veteran of the sport. So it's really exciting. We cannot wait to see what Lucas Rohrig does next, guys. You must follow his journey. But next up, we have the main event for tonight, the one we've all been waiting for. It's Arnie Dawson versus Marley Mason. And these guys, they're going to go for it. So don't go anywhere. Over to Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our final bout of the evening, scheduled 10 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Marley Mason. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Arnie Dawson.
The wheels are falling off, it all shows signs of ending. You've had enough of hours, but you carried on pretending. Your shoes have lost their shine, the combo's lost its pace. So now you're in a taxi feeling feelings of disgrace. You've never got no money cause of all the times you lend. Was it a pointless 3-day bender or a weekend in paradise, my friend? Sweeping through the air. All the lights are on the blower, they'll be finishing soon. In your mind, you're
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Nutravita. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Des Reese. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith. And the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Mark Bates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the green, white with gold trim. His official weight of 9 stones, 9 pounds and 1 ounce. He has a record of 10 fights, 3 losses, 1 draw, 6 wins, and 1 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Southend, Essex, England, United Kingdom, introducing Marlon Mason. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the white with black trim. His official weight of 9 stones, 11 pounds and 7 ounces. He is currently undefeated with 7 wins, and 4 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Clacton, Essex, England, United Kingdom, introducing Arnie the Terminator Dawson.
Take a break, take a step back immediately. Keep your punches up, obey my commands and protect yourselves at all times.
Packed out York Hall. We've had some fantastic fights this evening. Could this one steal the show? 10 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Arnie Dawson takes on Marley Mason. Don't blink.
Seconds out, round 1.
The lightweight Terminator. I love these names that the fighters have come up with. They're promising a lot, and so far they're delivering tonight.
Yep, they certainly are delivering, and I tell you what, Arnie Dawson, we've had him on a couple of shows. We had him on 2 shows, UK versus USA, a format that myself and Roy Jones were doing, and we took him over to Texas, and he knocked his opponent out. And in April at Stamford Bridge, we had the return leg, and he had one of the most chilling knockouts I think I've seen against Roberto Castro. In the 3rd round, he hit him with a shot, and you remember when Roberto Duran got knocked out by Thomas Hearns? Round 2, boom, the way he fell forward, Roberto. It was similar to that. It was something spectacular. He's got long levers, heavy hands, and this one could be a cracking fight.
When you've followed this game of boxing long enough, you'll know when a fighter falls forward, it absolutely means he's been terminated.
Yep.
That's the end of the show. No need to count. And for a lightweight to have that kind of knockout power and call himself the Terminator, you've got a long and bright future ahead of you if you can hold to that moniker.
Certainly has, and Priya, he's got a tough guy in front of him here in Marley Mason. Yes, he's lost 3 out of his 10, had 1 draw. But he brings it, he's tough. You know, he boxed on that same card actually at Stamford Bridge, and he boxed one of Roy's good fighters. He's the IBO champion, I think, of the world, in Mandeep Jenga, and he pushed him to a 96-94 decision. Like, but he's tough as old boots, he keeps coming, he's got that experience. So on paper, again, another 50-50.
Definitely is, and you know, we know Marley Mason to be a gritty, durable fighter. He'll keep coming forward. He's not going to make this easy for Dawson at all. You know, this is his 2nd 10-round contest, but he's never actually gone the distance. I think the longest fight he's had is 6 rounds, so it will be interesting to see if Marley's able to push him to 10 rounds and how Dawson actually copes with that.
Well, quite an even first round here, Radio.
6-3, it is a pivotal moment, again, in the trajectory of your career. You haven't lost so many fights that everybody's writing you off, but it is determining factors now on whether or not you're on your way to coming back to the A side or being an opponent for the rest of your career. beating someone you're not supposed to beat, like a 7-0 fighter, can put you back on the right track. That's what Marley Mason is looking to accomplish tonight.
Absolutely, it's all about opportunity and taking those opportunities, and he's never been scared of taking them, Marley Mason, and that's what I like about this kid. You know, what you see is what you get. He brings it, he puts it on the line, and he delivers. Hence why we've got a packed house here still at the end of the evening to watch this one. Interesting first round, not a lot to split between the two. They were having a little feel out there. You know, I think that maybe Arnie Dawson with, you know, the longer shots and a couple of clubbing right hands that he landed done enough to win the round, but Marley Mason, he held his own there. You know, I think that would be a very positive start for him.
It would be, you know, like you said, you held his own, and he is looking to provide a test for Dawson, you know, and like Radio said, this is pivotal for his career, and we've talked about reaching a tipping point in a career before earlier on in the night, and maybe this is Mason's.
I like what I saw from Marley. He took what Dawson was giving him and made something out of it. There's a little bit of pressure there. Dawson seemed to be comfortable working behind the jab, kind of settling in. And Mason, for his own sake,
Corners,
looking to dictate the fight himself. So now in the second round, we'll see who wins out and who's going to dictate the pace and the distance of this fight.
Round 2.
Yep. Well, expect a few more twists and turns for sure, because we know Marley Mason is a kid that will bring it, and if he sees that opportunity, he'll take it. But Arnie Dawson has shown us that he's very capable of taking an opponent out at any given opportunity.
I like the kind of foot adjustments of Arnie Dawson. He does step back in a straight line, but he doesn't do that more than a couple of steps before he uses his angle to get himself out of trouble and not being backed up onto the ropes, because you do not want to be in that position in front of someone like Marley Mason.
Yep, he's very educated for sure. The boxing IQ is good, but he uses the space so well. Those little shuffles in and out of range, his shuffle in range to get off of his shots. He doesn't sit there too long. He's not too greedy and just shuffles back out again. It's a smart move because he reserves a lot of energy in doing that.
I noticed with Arnie Dawson that when he throws a power punch, he likes to stomp forward. That's a bit of a telegraph. It's the kind of thing that a more seasoned fighter will be able to pick up on early and catch you in between punches and give you a lot of trouble.
Yep, I totally agree with that. You know, I think that at this stage it's very much the apprenticeship. You're learning. Both guys are putting it on the line here. Mason has done that before. He's not scared to lose his O. Arnie Dawson still has that O and he wants to keep it. But this is definitely another step up the ladder here for Dawson. And there's a dangerous shot there from Mason. That was nice. I like the way he looped that over.
I'd like to see the Terminator turning over a bit more of those shots. His power shot from the right hand, if he were to sit down on the punch, turn it over and bring it, because he's the taller fighter, so punch it a bit down on Mason and get more leverage on the punch instead of stomping forward and trying to traject and get the power from that. Get the power from your leverage. You're the taller fighter, fight tall.
Priya, I think the interesting thing here is how long can Arnie Dawson control this space, keep it at range, because Marley Mason has that experience. He will push on, and there will be a time when he gets in the pocket and he can get off his shots. The early rounds should be in favour of Dawson because of his attributes, the long reach, the height, the way he utilises the space, but it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds as the rounds go on.
Yeah, definitely, and like I said before, you know, Arnie Dawson's not actually gone more further than 6 rounds because he's been able to stop his opponents, but this is technically his second 10-round contest, so he's obviously trained up for it. But you know, it would be interesting to see how he does in the latter rounds of the contest.
Yeah, there, right on cue, he did throw 2 right hands where he was sitting down on the shot and using his leverage. There you see something going to the body with that same kind of motion. It will be successful for him. Now he's got to be defensively responsible so he doesn't take a shot in the chops for his trouble.
I tell you what, this is good tactics here from Mason, who is crouching very, very low, and then he's throwing the shots. He's gone back to the corner. He's very happy with himself, standing on his feet, and that was another close round there. Mason might have done enough just to nick that with those looping right hands. He was getting through with some nice shots, and maybe felt that he would have been pleased with that for sure, but it was coming out of that crouch style, coming from down low and springing up, looping the right hands over. That's going to be a problem for Dawson. as the rounds tick on and Dawson's hands start to drop just a little bit, he's going to have to be careful that he's not sitting on the line, sitting in the pocket and gets caught on him, because what we know about Mason is he's proven he can do the rounds, he can do the distance. We know his character, he can weather the storm, all of that. We're unsure of that with young Arnie Dawson.
Exactly, you know, he's still young in his career, you know, still early doors in his career, and
Seconds out
where
to
Mason
round
sits
3.
down on his shots, you just generate so much more power when you lower your center of gravity.
Also, the Terminator is forcing him to fight small because he's fighting tall. That's what you have to do. And it does, the advantage for me goes to the taller fighter, especially if he's working well behind the jab. But Mason creating offense by being busy when he gets inside.
See, now I was the shorter fighter and I found that an advantage. I like boxing tall guys because you can come from down low like he's doing here, and he's getting success here, Mason, because what he's doing is he's using his lack of height to his advantage because he's going smaller, which means the Terminator has to punch down, and when he's punching down, he's leaving the gaps, he's leaving the openings, and you can get punched. So it's all about timing for Mason. If he can time it right, when the Terminator punches, he loops the shot over, the target's there.
Long enough, though, for Arnie, isn't it, that the jab can keep the smaller fighter out, keep him at bay?
1,000,000%, but what I'm saying is it's about, they both got the game plan. Mason obviously to come low, and obviously for Dawson to keep it long here and work on the inside when he gets there. Who can capitalise on that best? Right, they both, what I'm saying is they both come with a brilliant game plan. Now who can use it to their advantage, because the game plan is right from both sides.
And you're so right, Spence. If also on the inside, Dawson doesn't have the ability to punch short shots and can only fight long, then Mason will take the advantage every time.
Yep, this is good work there from Dawson. No, solid shots. He's starting to sit down on them, and Mason has to be careful. He doesn't try and get too greedy himself.
Mason did start the round off by targeting the body with the jab, and you know, probably with the hope of trying to slow Dawson down, but Dawson found his range again from behind his jab, and you know, he's being a bit more successful with it now. But
yeah, Dawson is very, very strong, uses those levers to his advantage, whips the shots in, but he's got a good shot selection as well. That was a big right hand, that just momentarily stunned Mason there. You saw him.
Mason looking to do exactly what you described, Spence. He's looking to be inside, and with that jab landing from Dawson, that's the problem. If he has to get around it to get inside, then he's got to get around it to get inside.
I tell you what he's got to do. He's got to go low, and he's got to punch when Dawson's punching. So when he sees the movement from Dawson, he thinks he's going to deliver the jab, loop the right hand and beat him to the shot. That's the way that you do it. His timing has to be impeccable to get away with that. Good fighters can do it, and if you do that, you've got the game plan. Trust me, being a shorter fighter, that was what I had to use, that sort of armory to get round these sort of, you know, attributes that the other fighters have.
It's got to be incredibly difficult and frustrating for the taller fighter when it works. I mean, it drives me crazy, a smaller guy hitting me up top when in shots I don't see coming.
Mate, I've hit some tall guys before, and they've been like swaying like a willow tree in the wind, my friend. It works, trust me, it works.
That is the appropriate music for you there, Spence. You're bad.
Yeah, I'm bad, but you're the dancer, my friend. Let's not forget Ghana. And when these tunes come on, just so that you guys that are watching us at home now, I'll give you a little bit of Radio Raheem. He's got some moves, this boy, that is for sure. And I'm amazed you haven't got out of your seat and dropped a little, a little Michael Jackson move. There you go.
I don't want to show these fighters up. It's their moment. You know, I don't want to grab the spotlight away from them too early. But rest assured, if you're in the crowd tonight, when the final bell rings, I'm here for the last dance.
What do you reckon, Priya? Are we going to see him dance or what?
I hope so.
There you go.
They brought me cookies, biscuits, and digestives. I'll dance for my dinner.
I think you got more chance of as much chance of seeing him dance as him opening up them chocolate hobnobs, which I've been staring at all night, and he wants to keep them for his coffee when he gets home. Good right hand there from Marley Mason. He needed that. Dawson took control again in that last round. I like the work that he was doing, chopping right hands, and you know, he was setting a few traps. Mason was a little bit slow getting off with his hands, and Maybe feels that he's got to try and take it back to Dawson. Evenly matched contest, this one. Again, I'm liking this.
And speaking of fancy footwork,
There's the right hand I was talking about. Little dip of the knees, boom, over the top. Look where the left hand is here of Arnie Dawson. He's carrying it low. He's leaving, he's showing him the shot. There is the shot. That's the shot I'm looking at. I'm in there right now. I'm bowling that right hand like I'm bowling a cricket ball. Over the top, out of the vision, boom, straight back in.
And to prove your point, a little blood coming from the nose of Arnie Dawson right now. He's feeling those shots, and his positioning now needs to be dictated by his footwork. Maybe find the angles and find the proper distance and make Mason chase you instead of coming inside and having to work.
Mason's found the right hand here. Dawson now has switched off a little bit, but what he's doing now, he's got to recognise he's been hit by a couple of right hands. Look when he throws the jab comes back to his chest. It has to come back to his eye. Look, see what I'm saying? He's got to be careful. There's the right hand again.
And that's where Mason can be so dangerous, because he's lining that up behind a double jab to the body, so he's really getting his feet in and rotating that shot over the top.
But can you see on the left side here what I'm talking about? Like little young Arnie Dawson, that's where he's vulnerable. That's where the openings are. And Mason has clearly watched videos of this. He's studied the tapes because his game plan is perfect. He's coming from low and whipping that right hand. Dawson's left hand is coming back too low after he's delivering it.
I think he might have heard you, because he tucked up just after that one
Yeah,
and took it on the glove. That's exactly what he needs to do.
Do you know what? I like him. I like that kid a lot as well. I like both of these guys. You know, it's sad to see them both in the ring for me, because I have a relationship with both of them. But that's the game. Someone's got to win, and as long as they both go out on their shields, which they are doing, that's all you can ask for. But I'm just being constructive criticism for the Terminator when he moves forward, win, lose or draw. You got to work on that left side, my friend.
I'd like to see the Terminator come off the line. He really is kind of standing in front of Mason and allowing Mason to line him up. Step outside, step around, find your angles. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. That creates offense that allows you to be defensively responsible.
Yeah, that was a good shot. That slowed Mason in his tracks.
It is again.
Mason was having a good round up until then. He's taking a couple of shots that seems to have taken a little bit of zip out of his work there. Just missed the chopping right hand there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that was a credit to the head movement of Mason, but really the footwork would have got him well out of the way of that before that shot even came close to his chin. Well, which is a bit naturally tucked. He's got a bit of an advantage as a fighter there. He's got a naturally tucked chin.
Yeah, good final spell there, last 15 seconds or so. Priya from Dawson, but Marley Mason, for me, doing the better of the work in that round. He was getting success again with that right hand, and I think that is the key shot for him. He's seen the vulnerabilities, he recognised the weakness of Dawson, and he's exploiting it.
He definitely is. Right now, I think his corner's just nursing a cut under the right eye of Mason, so hopefully that doesn't affect him too much. But you're right, he was setting up the right hand over the top with a nice double jab to the body. He was getting his feet in, getting into range. Smart work.
Mason deciding to stand in the corner between rounds as well. Not letting his legs lock up. That lets you know that he intends to continue to move about, stay inside, stay busy, and he's not looking for a rest between rounds, but to keep the blood flowing.
Old school, baby. That's what they call it. Mason's one of them old school fighters. Like he's cut from that sort of cloth. You know, I respect him, you know, as a fighter, as a man, because of what, you know, what he's all about.
I think Dawson's advantage over Mason is the variety in his shots. You know, Mason's having success with the double jab and the right hand over the top, but right now that's all he's having success with, whereas Dawson's bringing his punches up and round and from behind the jab. His variety is actually better, I think.
Yep, I agree with that. I think that when you're looking at that, IQ, boxing ability, definitely you have to go with Dawson. I think that, you know, when you're talking about grit, determination, biting down in the gum shield, not losing heart or soul, then you go for Mason. But Dawson, we don't know that because he's not been tested yet, and he's going to get tested tonight.
Excellent observation, Priya, because now in the 5th round, it's when you got to start changing things up so your opponent doesn't know what to expect. It is as if the Terminator is fighting knowing what Mason is going to do, knowing what is coming. Doesn't mean he can always get out of the way of it, but it does mean he can counter it and make his own adjustments.
And it's good that if he has seen that and he adapts, and he has that adaptability, that is a key weapon in a boxing ring. And if you've got the ability to be able to change it up there, you go, there's another box ticked.
Boxing's about adjustments, Spence. I think you'll agree. And who makes the first adjustments and the best ones tends to win the fight.
You can see Mason just trying to rough him up and spoil Dawson's work, but Dawson's still getting through with those bolo shots to the body.
Yeah, it was a solid look around Dawson in there, but a solid look around Mason as well. We said this was going to be intense. We said it was going to be a great contest, and the boys are certainly delivering here.
This is main event action. Again, matchups and styles make fights. You'll see the progression of both fighters, and who makes the adjustment, as we've just said, will swing the momentum in the middle rounds here. I like what I'm seeing from Dawson. I think he's getting used to what
massive
Mason's doing.
uppercut there. Right uppercut lead. That pulled the head up, but look at the response from Mason. He says, yes, please. And again, let's go.
There you go. I like what I'm seeing from Dawson now. It's just the adjustment based on what Priya just said. He knows what's coming, and he's now able to deal with it.
It's quite amazing, actually, how these fighters have been listening to us three all evening, making those adjustments, making those adaptations. Or are we just good? I don't know. Who knows?
It's a bit of both. They listen to us because we're good.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's a lovely combination again there from Dawson. Whip that right in and look at this right hand in and look at the response again from Mason. Old school stuff, this. I said we was going to get it. Both guys putting it on the line, and that's exactly what we're getting. Marley Mason walks back to the corner, pumped up, revved up, ready to go. Look across the ring, Arnie Dawson, the Terminator. Look at him. He is ready.
He shot those ice blue eyes at a stare against Mason, letting him know, I figured you out. You're going to have to do something different. And now in the second half of this fight, we'll see if Mason can bring something to start again. Terminator trying to figure him out.
Yeah, Priya, I think that this fight could be won and lost here in these last 5 rounds for sure. It's been one of those nip and tuck fights. Action swinging one way then the other. No one really getting a hold of it. And you look at it and you go, that was a good round there for Dawson. A very good round there for Dawson, but Mason went back to the corner, pumped up.
He really did,
10
and he really tried
seconds.
to rough Dawson up towards the end of that round. Just when you think Dawson's, dominating
Seconds
the round,
out,
Mason comes
round
back and vice
6.
versa. This is exactly what the crowd came here for.
Yep, they appreciate their boxing down here in the East End of London. Bethnal Green, the York Hall is the venue. We've had a fantastic show here this evening, and this is the show closer. And can one of these guys steal the show? There was a left hook there, just skim the whiskers of Arnie Dawson.
The fight is certainly still in the balance and up for grabs. However, I feel like Dawson has the momentum, and it's up to Mason now to break it and shift it back his way.
Yeah, great little contest this.
I think Mason does well in parts to sort of break the rhythm of Dawson, but Dawson seems to be able to recover it back quite quickly.
And it's because you made the point earlier that he's not mixing it up. He's able to recover and come back because he knows everything that's coming from Mason, or at least what's in his arsenal.
Yep, totally agree with that. Great assessment of what's happening here with both of these guys. The action is going one way, then the other. Young Arnie Dawson is going to be made to answer some questions this evening, and the man in front of him, Marley Mason, certainly will ask him those questions.
I think Dawson's just able to neutralize the punches of Mason in this round. He doesn't just move back, but he sort of moves back and round him, and he's just able to neutralize him. He lands a nice clean right hand straight down the pipe. I think that's hurt Mason.
Yeah, that was a good shot, that. Mason, as tough as he is, has felt that, and again the combination's going in. There's a cut now as well. Is there a cut over that right eye? No, a mouse, a grazing for sure, but he's starting to show the war wounds now. Oh, big left hook as well there.
It is bleeding though, Spence. I can see the blood on the glove of Dawson, and it's due to that short shot, that little right hook inside.
That's a huge swelling under that left eye for Mason. That could be really dangerous for him.
Yeah, it is cut. It is cut. Sorry, Priya, to jump in on you there, but I just spotted the blood trickling down the face, and that has given Arnie Dawson a new lease of life, and this is a good little spell in the contest here.
I like that the addition to the repertoire of Dawson is short shots on the inside. That's what was missing earlier in the fight.
Yep, the difference was the adjustments. The way that he's adjusted here, he's adapted, he's made life a lot easier for himself, because Mason come out with a perfect game plan. Dawson's worked out that he's getting caught way too. Oh, big right hand again there.
That eye's looking really swollen there.
Yeah, he's really felt the weight of that one. He shook the head, and that eye is in a bad, bad way. And the corner are going to have to do something big here. As they got an end swell in the corner, they need an iron to push that out. Yet there it is.
I mean, the saving grace is that it's below the eye and not above. You don't want a mouse like that no matter what, but you certainly don't want it above your eye. I don't think this is the kind of cut that would stop a fight, unless it's the fighter himself who maybe doesn't want him to go on.
I tell you what it is. Every fighter has a certain pain threshold, and some fighters break sooner than other fighters. What we were talking about earlier on in the show. When you get a mouse like that on your eye, the pain of that mouse is insane, man. When you get flicked with a jab, boom, jab, boom. Arnie Dawson's that guy, by the way. He's built like that. Long arms, long wrists.
Corners, 10
hurt, man.
seconds.
That really hurt. So you just go to yourself. Now we find out where Mason
Seconds
is.
out.
Where
Round
is the pain
7.
threshold? Where does it stop? We get some freaks like Cole Froch. They just go and they fight on there like cavemen. Mason may be cut from that cloth. We're going to find that out as the doctor's been called in.
Yeah, unless there's an orbital bone break or something like that, I don't see how the doctor stops this clash on that.
Yeah, but there could be with a swelling like that. That's what he's checking for. I think we saw that when George Groves got stopped by Canelo. You see, the swelling comes up so quick. You go, could it be an orbital damage? Could it be, you know,
Yep, indeed.
a fractured eye socket? You have to keep your eye on that.
And it's right well placed for Dawson's right hand. I mean, it couldn't be in a worse location in that sense.
He's definitely come out a bit more cautious now, Marley Mason. And who could blame him? But nice to see him letting his shots go just there.
Yeah, he's got that left hand high now, protecting that, and it's going to make it harder for him to create offense.
But you know what, going to see that doctor may have just taken something out of him, because the zip seems to have gone out of his punches a little bit here, and the intensity, the pressure, the things that were working for him, coming in low, looping the right hands over, we're not seeing that at the moment, and there seems to be a newfound confidence in the Terminator.
And he can see the damage that he's done as well. You know, he can see it, he can go for it, he can keep targeting it, but nice rear hand there from Mason.
Yeah, that's the shot we're talking about. That's where he gets his success. The Terminator sitting in the pocket just a little bit too long, left hand too low. Win, lose or draw, that's something to work on, Arnie Dawson, when you get back to the gym. But works well on the inside, Dawson, doesn't he, for a tall fighter. The short shots are brilliant, and there was a right hand again, right on that wound.
The reason that Dawson's taking that big overhand right is because he wants to stay in the pocket and deliver his own right hand.
Yep.
He's not so bothered by it as he was before, because he sees it coming and he's rolling with it a little bit.
Yep, I get that, totally get that. A credit to these guys, hats off to them. This is what it's all about, real boxing. We see it in these places week in, week out. You'll call Bethnal Green is famous for it, and these boys are doing what they're supposed to do and delivering for the fans. What a contest we've got on our hands here.
Dawson absolutely zeroed in on that eye. Every punch he throws is headed straight to that location. He believes that this is the cut that can stop the fight for him, if not an injury that'll make the fighter take a knee.
Credit to Mason though, he's still in the contest, he's still throwing punches, and he's still coming forward.
Yep, he is. That shows a lot of character about the guy, doesn't it? You know, we know he's tough. We've seen him, like I say, that fight he had against Mandeep Jenga, who's a good fighter. He went in there and he delivered, man. He gave it his all, and he's doing it again with Arnie Dawson. This is a cracking little contest from two brilliant fighters.
A couple of good savvy body shots to bring Mason's hands down. You realize that he's protecting that cut, he's protecting his head, and you've got to get those gloves down if you're going to land that big right hand.
Well, there was that right hand there, Dawson. Just switched off momentarily, threw the right hand, chin up in the air, and Mason made him pay for it. That may give him a little bit of confidence, and he may have needed that confidence at that time of the contest, because things looked like they were just coming away from him.
He absolutely needed something to believe, something to drive him on, spur him on, some kind of success to take into this next round, and he found it.
Well, 3 rounds to go. I think that we're all in agreement that Arnie Dawson is in front in this one, but Marley Mason shows that he has the capability to turn it around if he can just find something from somewhere. Can he find it?
Well, in that last round, he was still landing with that rear hand. He was still coming to the body with the jab, not as much as what he was doing.
Corners, 10
He's not
seconds.
giving up, and he's still in there.
I don't think he can find it if he's got to protect that eye.
Seconds up,
He would have
round
to find
8.
something that is offensive, that offers up that eye as a potential target and sell out for these last 3 rounds.
I tell you what, they've done a great job in that eye, in the corner, by the way, because that swelling was coming up thick and fast, and trust me, they do come up, and he's taken a couple of big right hands on it as well, and the corner have done a really good job of taking that swelling down.
Well, I hate to say that he heard me, but he did shoot that jab in from underneath, which leaves that eye open, but did land and has now gotten Mason on the front foot and backing Dawson up. That's the kind of change he needed to make.
Yep, absolutely. It's all about adapting and making the game plan work for you and for Mason. That's the shot there. But you miss and you get made to pay. That's good work there from Dawson, right hand through the middle. Mason looking to hold. He's in a bit of trouble here. Dawson comes back with a right hand of his own, showing real good grit here. What a fight we've got on our hands.
Very impressed with Mason and the adjustment he's made here in the 8th round.
You've got to admire him, you know, you've just got to admire Mason, don't you? You know, he's just still looking to land the shots. He's still well in there, and he's not making this easy for Dawson.
And on the inside, he's got to be very careful about those elbows. When they're in the clinch, that elbow is rubbing against the eye, and that's kind of smart.
Yep, remember Dawson is in newfound territory now as well, not been past 6, and here he is, and he looks to be coping with that very well. His stamina looks great, and this is a tough fight against a tough fighter.
He does, and he still looks composed. He's still putting his punches together really well. He's moving backwards, throwing bent arm shots, which is actually a decent skill. It's an advanced skill to be able to pull off in the ring. But you know, he's holding his own.
Yeah. Dawson there with a cheeky little left uppercut lead there, just skimmed the whiskers of Mason, who was coming in low. So again, the right idea from Dawson, but it was a cheeky little shot.
And he's come out of protection mode, Mason, and rightly so. It's created an offense for him, and it also has stilted what Terminator was looking to do, was just target the right eye, target the right eye, target the right eye. Now Terminator's got to mix it up if he's going to stay successful offensively.
Dawson with a little bit of clowning there, looked up to the skies to say, where are you bowling that one from, mate? Mason tried to make him pay, but was just a little bit slow off the mark. Intense stuff here in the York Hall. Coming to the end of this 8th round, it's been all action in this 10-round lightweight contest.
Good showing from both fighters. I don't know what we're going to get going into the last 2 rounds, but
That last uppercut from Dawson was fantastic.
Yeah, very good shot. Mason might have done enough to get himself back in that round. I think he was losing a few of the rounds, and I think that he may have done enough maybe to nick one of the rounds there. It was a close round, tougher round. I mean, I don't know where you are with that prayer.
I think he did actually up his work rate in that round. I think he just realised that, you know what, I'm cut, but I'm still fighting, so I might as well fight. And he was letting his shots go. It was impressive.
Yep, they call that balls, and he's got plenty of them, that is for sure. This guy, you know, is cut from a cloth where you go, if you want it, forget the boxing IQ. When you get into these late rounds, this is what it's all about now. The grit, the determination, the mental strength. But this kid, he was born with that.
He's cut from a cloth and cut on the eye, and is looking to be
Seconds
a cut
out.
above the rest.
Round 9.
6 minutes left, and I believe that this fight still hangs in the balance of which man will overtake the other with will and adjustments. Technique now becomes the name of the game.
Yep, it's going to be interesting, this one. Mason has been here before. Dawson has never been here before. Could that be the difference? Could that be the telling point? Dawson still looks very strong, very composed at the moment, but we just don't know.
He does look composed. Mason's work rate doesn't seem to be slowing down. He's still got energy. He's still moving, and you know he's bouncing up and down on his toes. He's coming forward. Bit of a low blow there, I think.
Yeah, that was a very low blow.
That's right where you want to land a low blow if you land one. That's right in the basket.
That is exactly where that was. Just having a little conversation there with Marley Mason. Kid's full of personality, that is for sure. We've had him.
You know, the irony of a break like this, Spence, while it may seem to benefit Mason, you don't want that eye to have time to swell between the rounds. You don't want him to just sit on it and get bigger and more difficult to deal with between rounds.
Do you know what, Radio? I don't think he cares at this point. I just think that like he's all in now. He's in the zone, man. You see him speaking to the crowd when he's in the corner, asking some advice. And what do you think? Who's winning this? Think I'm winning it? Sticks his tongue out and away he goes again. Old school mentality.
You're absolutely right, Spence. I'm thinking about it, but he's not.
Exactly that. Exactly that. But this has been a great contest, Priya, and one to remember for sure. It's been a great night of boxing, and we were not disappointed. We thought this was going to be one of the fights of the night, and they have delivered.
They certainly have, and it's been a fantastic night of boxing, as you say. Every single fight was so well matched. You know, they were all entertaining, and this one is no different than that.
Still some bounce there on Marley's feet. He's looking to mix it up. He's not looking to just sail into the last 2 rounds and hope that he can get some advantage on the card. He wants to make a statement, as he does need to make, and maybe steal these last 2 rounds and make it very difficult for the judge.
Absolutely. Listen, he's got an incredible engine, and he's going for it, mate. There you go. He's making Dawson work for this one. Dawson, like I say, we know he's got incredible talent, and he's got a big shot, but what we didn't know was how he deals under the pressure in the penultimate rounds, and not 8, 9, 10s, and he's dealing with it all right. Their arms have dropped a little bit. Is he trying to draw Mason in, or are the arms, the fatigue, is that setting in?
I think we are seeing a bit of fatigue. This is a high-paced fight. He's a tall fighter. Those are long arms. Those gloves get heavy at the end of those long arms as the fight wears on, especially with the punch output that's been necessary from Dawson from round 1.
This is a close contest, this one. I think Mason has pulled himself back into it just a little bit. I think he's done well in these last couple of rounds, and that makes it very interesting going into this last round.
It does. I think it's all to fight for in that final round, and I think that final round, the pressure of that is going to bring out the best in both of these lads.
If the draw earlier in the night has taught us anything, is that you can't take anything for granted. Neither one of these fighters can be sure that they're ahead going into the final round, and they're going to have to give their all to win it tonight and be the main event victor.
This is where I'm at right now. I've got this 5 rounds to 4 in favour of Arnie Dawson going into this last round, and like you guys say, one swing round, one close round, this could be all to fight for. It could be 5-4 the other way. So like, this is all in the balance. Dare I say it, we've got a 1-round fight on our hands.
We've got a 1-round fight on our hands, Spence, 100%.
Wow, 1-round fight on our hands. It's 10 past 11. My train leaves Liverpool Street at 11:58. Will I make it? Who knows? Are we enjoying the boxing here at the York Hall?
Everybody at Liverpool Street is watching this on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Nobody's taking that train until you get there.
Final round.
We're all enthralled here at York Hall on TM14 and Neilson Boxing.
Yep, and I don't want to get there anytime soon, but I'm loving this one. And here we go, Marley Mason. Can he do it? Can he turn it around? Dawson, can he dig deep? Can he bite down on his gum shield and grind it out? Because the physicals have gone now. It's not about the boxing, it's about how much you want it.
That's exactly right.
So A lovely little clipping left hook there from Dawson as he just moves out at the angle. Nice few combinations there, but Mason's coming back strong.
Neither one of these men have time to be tied up. They both need to be throwing the leather, making sure that the judge knows that they're in control and they've won this final round.
That was a good hook there from Mason, but you're right, it's like, you know, this is all in the balance here. Tough fight to score.
Oh, big overhand right. Your favorite shot spins just landed right there at the 2-minute mark of the 10th round.
When you're born with that lack of height, you learn them things. It's part of the trade. I was doing it as a 7-year-old. I had my first amateur fight on my 11th birthday. And guess what? Against a tall kid. And the little man was looping the shots over. And there's again the right hand's landed. And I tell you what, Dawson's starting to feel the pace a little bit here. He's not been here before, but Mason has. And Mason's teeing off. Dawson comes back well. He's sucking it up. He's showing a lot of character himself. What a last round we've got here.
Both men leaking blood now from their heads. You see blood on the shorts of both men and the gloves. This is a battle that will be fought down to the last second. We've got just over a minute to go, and it's still any man's fight.
It's any man's fight, and Dawson seems to be getting his combinations off, but Mason seems to be landing the heaviest shots. What do the judges want to see?
Yep, I agree with that. The right hand over the top has been the success story for Mason, Marley Mason, from the opening bell, and he's landing it with frequency here in this 10th. Is it the volume of punches coming from Dawson or the big shots, the eye-catching shots from Mason?
Tie these guys' legs together and put them in the middle of the ring for the last minute. It's nothing but leather being thrown here. And in, I believe, the last 10 seconds, we might just see a hellacious exchange.
Body shot goes in from Mason as well.
That hurt Dawson.
It did. He felt that one. It was a big shot and Mason sensed it. Dawson under extreme pressure with 20 seconds to go. Big right hand over the top there.
10-second bell coming. Going to spur both of these fighters on to close the show.
Well, I think that Mason has closed this show very well. Dawson, the fatigue has definitely stepped in. Now it's Mason clowning around, and he's going for it. What a fight, what a finish. What a finish, and where am I at? I've got the draw on my scorecard. I think that Mason done enough in that final round. I don't know what way this is going to go, but for me, I couldn't split them. Priya, I don't know where you're at.
Honestly, I'm with you on that one, Spence, to be honest. It was really hard to tell them. It was really hard to split them. You know, Dawson, he looked like the cleaner, more composed fighter, but when you see the grit and the volume and the power and the punches of Mason, it's really hard to separate the two.
Right then in that 10-second clapper, on the last second you saw Arnie Dawson land the big right hand right on that eye to punctuate the round. Doesn't necessarily mean he won it, but it is something that is memorable. I might have had Dawson edging that round. I really don't know who to give it to, and I can't wait to hear what the judges think. But boy, that was a heck of a main event. It was worthy of a card like this, a night at York Hall. I got to tell you, TM14 and Neilson Boxing, it delivers again on talkSPORT YouTube boxing channel, talkSPORT boxing YouTube channel. Seconds out, boxing news, all carrying the action tonight, and what a brilliant night of boxing it was.
Yep, fantastic night of boxing, and what a way, Priya, to finish the night. Fight of the night, Arnie Dawson, Marley Mason. You hate to see a loser when they go like that. I couldn't split these guys. I've gone straight down the middle, and this is not being biased one way or the other because I love both kids, and there has to be a winner, but I can't split them. I've gone for the draw here. Whoever's going to get this one, it's going to be...
Neither of them deserve to lose this. This is one of those situations. Neither of them
Ladies
deserve
and
to lose
gentlemen,
this.
after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Bates scores the bout 96-94. And your winner, still undefeated, Arnie the Terminator Dawson.
Banking those early rounds made a difference. I'm not mad about that decision. I think Arnie did enough to eke it out tonight, but boy, Mason, honorable performance.
Yep, credit to both guys. Marley Mason done what he always does, give it his best. Top performance. He's unlucky not to come away with something from it, but you can see Arnie Dawson winning the fight, so credit where credit's due. Well done, young kid, stays undefeated, 8-0 now. 4 of those inside the distance, and Priya, that was a good performance.
It was brilliant. You know, he kept his composure. He kept his volume and his combination of punches. It was just fantastic. It was entertaining. Credit to Marley Mason for the way he handled that cut. Can't fault it.
Listen, you're not going to celebrate a loss, but I like to see Marley Mason with his chin held high, his hand held up, and know that he gave everything that he had tonight and deciding to give up that eye for the opportunity to win the fight and to press on through the pain, still deliver shots, still stay inside, stay in the pocket in exchange. That is a heck of a fighter you there. That's a man with a big heart and a future. I can't wait to see him in the ring again. It's the kind of action that a main event absolutely requires, and they both delivered tonight.
Yeah, great stuff. And what a great night of boxing. I've had the pleasure to be in the driving seat with my man, Radi Rahim, and Priya, who's been alongside me for the last couple of nights. I hope you guys have enjoyed it at home on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, Boxing News channel, Seconds Out, and all the rest of it. Let's hear from Arnie Dawson now.
Okay, great.
In case I get a call for next week.
No,
Ben's undercard, you never know.
What you were saying is your hands are on smoke.
Yeah, they're on smoke, that's one.
Congratulations on your win. That was quite the fight. What did you make of Marley Mason? Obviously, he came in there. He's a gritty competitor. You moved to 8-0 tonight. What did you make of him throughout the rounds?
Yeah, I thought he was good. He was coming with a, like you could see where we've sparred before, but obviously he's known about this fight for a long time. It's not when you get a journeyman in. So you can see that he'd had a game plan and was working on, but I think I was able to nullify it. And I think I said in the build-up, in every interview I've done, I've got loads of respect for him, so I don't say anything here with disrespect. But I don't see how anyone scored that 6-4. But yeah, man, as long as it was an Arnie Dawson win, I couldn't really care what the scorecard say. Yeah, I thought I handled what he brought to the table very well.
What was your game plan going into the fight, knowing Marley Mason's style, having sparred with him in the past?
Well, I know that obviously I'm tall for a lightweight. Look at me standing next to Denzel, and he's a middleweight, so I'm not short. So I knew that he was short. I know he's aggressive, so I knew he was going to come forward, and I knew I just had to stick to my boxing, use my long arms, my long range, and get the job done behind my boxing.
And as the rounds went on and he was kind of making it a scrappier contest, what were some of the adjustments that you were making?
Well, I don't want to talk too much about it, but I had to slightly adjust what I was doing because of, just because I was landing some good shots and he was coming with his stuff. So I had to change what I was doing in there and just keep it a little bit smart and close it out with smart boxing at the end, opposed to like engaging. Where if I had a bit more in me, I would have been able to stand and have a go in the later rounds, but I just had to stick to my boxing and tip, and all the way through to the finish, you know what I mean?
Yeah, firstly, I want to congratulate you on that win. When I told you Lucas is one of my favourite prospects, this is actually my favourite prospect in boxing, I promise you. I've said it to him loads of times. I remember when he came to the gym, wanted to turn pro, and I was like, you probably need another year or so, but he's proved me wrong, and I'm happy he has. But yeah, congratulations on that win. And we was in the gym, and you kept telling me, even tonight before you came out, you told me, watch his performance. Watch his performance. What made you so confident in how you performed tonight?
Well, I know the level that I'm at, and like I say, I hope, obviously when Marley watches this back, not that I'm not shook or anything, you know what I mean, but I don't want him to think that I'm being disrespectful or anything like that.
100%.
There's levels, man. I knew I was gonna go in there and box. I'm not saying I'm a world beater. I'm not saying I'm gonna win this title, that title tomorrow. But I'll let a British middleweight champion wear my T-shirt and know that I'm going somewhere. So, yeah.
I love that confidence. You know, it must mean so much to you to have the likes of Denzel Bentley, you know, singing your praises. Every chance that John and Mark get, they sing your praise as well. How important is it for you to have that support around you?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, you want the promoters on your side. And I'm not going to sit here and fanboy him because I think me and Denzel, I would say that me and Denzel are mates, innit? So I'm not going to sit and fanboy him and lick his ass. But I look up to him. He's probably outside of the boxers that you don't like, you can't get in contact with and speak to and be around, like the ones in America and all the I don't know, like the Canelos and the Shakur Stevensons and the Crawfords. Denzel's the man that I look up to close, like, do you know what I mean? That I see without licking his ass. He's the one that I see, like, up close that I look up to. So having someone singing my praises that I look at and want to emulate in the future obviously means the world, yeah.
Well, that's lovely. You've moved to 8-0 tonight. What's next for Arnie, the Terminator Dawson?
Go home, have some food, because I like eating when I'm not training, and just have a rest, yeah. Any opportunity that comes my way, I take with all hands. I went out to America within the first year of my pro career and stopped the fella in the 3rd round. I sparked out a fucking American over here. I went up to Sunderland in the away corner. Like, I'm not shook of. Get me on Denzel's undercard. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to turn down no opportunities. I'm ready to make a name for myself. Do you know what I mean? And the more I make a name of myself, the more people get on the bandwagon, the more people that will be singing my praises. And bigger cameras, bigger lights, and that's no disrespect, but bigger cameras, bigger lights, and more eyes on me will only equal more people seeing what I can do. Do you know what I mean?
And that mentality is why he's my favourite prospect, I promise you.
Well, listen, the future is so bright for you. We can't wait to see what you do next. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Cheers, thank you very much. I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone that come and bought a ticket to support me. Obviously, everyone knows that in these small hall shows, selling tickets is everything. If you don't sell tickets, you don't get on the shows. I also want to shout out all my sponsors. They're on the back of my t-shirt. If this is still rolling or I've just rambled on for too long, all my sponsors are on the back of my t-shirt, so I just want to shout out all of them. I've got a few of them in the building tonight. Yeah, everyone that bought a ticket, my whole team, Gareth, Martin, everyone in the Peacock, just everyone, yeah, on to the next one. Yeah, let's rock and roll.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well done, my boy.
Guys, what a show that was. So exciting from top to toe. What were some of your highlights? Mark, we'll start with you.
Oh, do you know, that last fight there was a highlight, wasn't it? You know, we always knew that was going to be a cracking fight, didn't we, John? With Arnie's got a bit of a dig on him. He's got a bit of like he's got some venom in him. You can see he's just like ruthless. But we know Marley loves to fight. He's a proper old school fighter, just comes forward, just wants to tear up and stuff. I just love that. That's proper boxing. That's proper boxing. What a way to finish the night off as well. Loved it.
And John, what about you?
Yeah, similar. I think there were a load of good fights on there. We worked hard to pull the card off, and I think all the fights were good. That last one probably was that little bit better. I think the result was fair. Couple of points in it. I think Arnie was just a bit crisper and maybe boxed that little bit better. Yeah. But like you said with Marley, you know what you get with him. He says on the tin is what you get. Yeah. He just stands there and has a fight all night, so he's a crowd pleaser. But we're really happy with the whole card, really. I thought all of them were good, to be fair.
I mean, that Lucas Rohrig fight as well, amazing for him to stop the guy, Vlad, Big Bad Vlad, in 4 rounds when others have done it in 8. I think that was a massive statement. It's so exciting to have him on these shows as well. Yeah,
and he's just, you know, you can see the quality of Lucas, of course, but that opponent, we've sat at ringside thinking he's a tough guy. You know, he's got a hard head on him. Lucas is going to struggle to stop this guy. But he was like working to the body a little bit, and I think you could feel that. But you can see the quality of Lucas. I think they're looking at having him out another couple of times this year. They just want to keep him busy. But, you know, there's some big fights ahead for him next year for sure. He's a talent. He's a real talent. It's a pleasure to have him on the show. You know, George Groves obviously training him and stuff. So, yeah, great.
Yeah. I mean, the show tonight was sensational. I think that was very evident by the fact that it was a sold-out venue as well. So much buzz in the building throughout the different fights. You know, without looking too far ahead, obviously we've got the couple of shows coming up towards the end of the year. Why don't you talk us through them?
Yeah, so we got October, can't remember if it's 25th or 26th, but it's the Saturday. There's a lot of new fighters on there that we haven't had before. Very, very good. Lots of prospects, and we expect that to be very busy as well. So we're looking forward to that. And then we've got November the 15th as well.
Yeah, I think on October we've got Maisie Rose Courtney on.
She is, yeah.
Matchroom fighter. You know, so we've got some talent on that card, haven't we? So.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Yeah.
You guys have gone from strength to strength this year, and you're going to close off the year with a bang, I'm sure, and we can't wait to see it. Guys at home, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. We can't wait to have you back with us at ringside on October 25th.